Welcome everyone to the closed session portion of the city council meeting. I am calling this meeting to order. The time is now 5:30 p.m. Madam Clerk, can you please take roll?
Councilmember Gama,
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Here.
Councilmember McQueen LaShawn,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Perez,
Here.
and Mayor Martinez.
Present. We will now hear public comments and Zoom participants, please use your raise your hand feature if you'd like to comment. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Madam Clerk, does anyone have a public comment tonight?
There are no public comments for closed session.
Okay, Mr. City Attorney, can you please read the closed session item into the record?
Absolutely, Mayor Martinez. There are 2 items on closed session for tonight. The first is public employee appointment pursuant to Government Code Sections 54957 and 54954.5 Subdivision E for the position of city manager. The second is conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. The property in question is 156 West Pleasant Valley Road. The negotiating parties are listed on the agenda as well as, and what's under negotiation is the price and terms of payment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Spalding. Do any council members have any conflicts to disclose for the listed items? No? Okay, council will recess to close session. The time is now 5:31 p.m. All right, welcome everybody to the City Council regular meeting. I'm calling this meeting to order. The time is now 6:30 p.m. Can you all please stand and join me for the flag salute? All right, ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, can you please take roll?
Councilmember Gama,
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez. Here. Councilmember McQueen Lejeune has not joined us yet. Mayor Pro Tem Perez. Here. And Mayor Martinez.
Present. All right, so Councilmember McQueen Lejeune was gonna say the inspiration, so we might have to wait just a little bit for that.
Oh, she's popping on right now.
Okay, so hopefully we can all just be a little patient. Today's gonna be a long day either way, but it's a nice day we're having today. Is it okay if we just read the closed session report for the meantime?
With respect to closed session agenda item A, any public reporting out requirement will be met with agenda item 5. With respect to item B, there is no reportable public comment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Spalding. All right, let's see. Hopefully, Dr. Martha McQueen Lejeune. Nice to see her face. Councilmember, can you hear us? Councilmember Martha McQueen, can you hear us?
I can hear you. The internet in here is kind of spotty, but I'll do my best.
Okay. Are you ready to provide your inspiration for tonight?
I am. Give me just 1 second here. Sorry, give me just a second, please. I found a room that I can use, but the internet that was working for me next door is not working for me here. Okay. Okay. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you. I was just thinking about, here we are in June. We're almost halfway through the year. You know, time is moving by so fast. And, sometimes we just have to stop and give ourselves a break. But this month is generally filled with memorable moments. We have graduations. Some are ending the school year. Others have birthdays, weddings. And if you're a NBA fan, we generally have the NBA playoffs. So we're doing that. And so it also closes out spring and it ushers in the summer. So there's a lot of wonderful things going on in June. Additionally, there are national holidays and other days and months that have been identified as worthy to celebrate. So they recognize individuals, groups, values, objects, and many other things. And there's so many out there. You have to really hone in on the ones that might be important to you. But this month, we're celebrating Father's Day coming up really quick. And the day is set aside to honor fathers. And in some families, that could be grandfathers, godfathers, uncles sometimes act as fathers. And in some families, mothers are mothers and fathers and vice versa. So we're doing that. Then we have Juneteenth coming up right at the next day. And that's the celebration marking the end of slavery. There's Professional Wellness Month, recognizes and celebrates the importance of maintaining mental, emotional, physical health in the workplace. So that's very important. We have Pride Month that celebrates and honors LGBTQ community, their history, their achievements, and ongoing struggles with equity, or equality. And then we have Alzheimer's and Brains Awareness Month that provides an opportunity to discuss the brain and Alzheimer's disease and other dementias. And that's one that's really close to my family. My father passed away with dementia, and several of his siblings did as well. And then we have Councilman Gama would like this one, National Safety Month. So we know that safety is important, but in June, we get a chance to concentrate our attention on safety. So that's really important. And then other celebrations that are very important for our city is the National Oceans Month. And so the oceans are known as the lungs of the earth. So in celebration of its benefits to the world, food and oxygen, we celebrate the ocean. And finally, National Rivers Month. And you know, there's been a lot of conversation about rivers and being able to provide water for our cities and cities surrounding cities and across the world. And so National Rivers Month. So as we think about June, all the things that happen in June and all the celebrations, let's continue to reflect on their importance and how they might affect, how others might be affected, we might be affected by these areas, and how we might benefit from or support the intent of the honor of these days. So June is here, it's going to be flying by, and then we're going to be in the second half of the year. So let's take the time to reflect and spend the time thinking about how people are affected by these days and what we can do to better serve them. Thank you.
Nicely said, Councilmember McQueen-Lejeune. I think there are a lot of things happening this month. You might have forgotten one very important day too, though. The first day of summer, the summer solstice.
Yes, absolutely.
That's this month too. So now we will hear public comments not pertaining to any items on the agenda. Zoom participants, please use the raise your hand feature if you would like to comment. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. This process will be the same for comments pertaining to each agenda item. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments tonight?
We have quite a few public comments tonight. We'll start with the in-person public comments, and we have Cynthia Weiss.
Okay, and these are not regarding any items on the agenda, correct?
Correct.
Okay, nice.
Hi, my name is Cynthia Weiss. I'm at Beachport Cottages, 345 Blue Dolphin Drive. Last year, I wanted to bring up something about parking. I'm right near the little parking lot where the park is. And when we were redoing our parking lot and also the street that runs through, we were told we could not park on the street for 3 days, and we had to pay parking in the we had to get tickets for 24-hour parking. Now, that has never happened before. We've always been able to park out in the street. But here's my problem with that. All of a sudden, I see 15 to 20 cars every day in the little parking lot by me in Miranda Park. And they're coming from, I think it's the plastics factory. Is anybody know why all these people are parking in a free parking zone until 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon? That's a question I would like, because I feel like we keep up our properties and we have to pay for parking when we do something to keep our property up, so our property taxes go up. And I feel that's unfair. So if somebody can answer me that, I would be very happy. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia. We can't actually respond to your comment, but thank you for your. Okay.
Next, I have Corey Scribner, and after that will be Jan Bark.
Thank you all. I'm Corey Scrivener. I live at 507 Village Road. So I back up to Wainimi Road in Surfside Village. And this is you guys have 3 blocks from here, a full meth den, homeless encampment going on. And it's right behind my house. And because my window's over Wainimi Road, I can hear the amount of people, the traffic that's going through late at night now, of the mayhem that's going on up and down that road at all hours now. They're casing the neighborhoods left and right. Packages are getting stolen off our porches. We bring it up to you guys and nothing happens. I know that there's, the California did the change in law where there's going to be some affordable housing. He ripped all the doors off that place, and it's literally an open air drug market at this point. That's 3 blocks from the police station and nothing is happening. I don't understand it. You guys have people probably giving business discussions to bring money into Wainimi, and you're letting that happen. Code enforcement's giving people tickets for their gate sizes or whatever, and you're letting that happen. It is absolutely ludicrous. The property values are going to go down because of it. I mean, that's a guarantee. I've never been happier to literally have an alarm and a firearm in my house at this point. And I've never felt like that living in Wainimi in the past. I don't know at this point, like, you never address to the community what you're doing about it. It's just literally people living in there. My dad was across the street the other day, and a guy walks up. My dad was watching it, and the guy's going, "Hey, what are you looking at? Oh, are you looking for your girlfriend in here?" I mean, they're having full prostitution, and it's a drug den. And I don't know if you guys don't drive that way to go home, and you probably drive this way, so it's out of sight, out of mind. Drive by there every day, and see how you can, like, handle having that next to the place where you work and where we all live. And it's getting to the point where if something isn't done, like, I'm seriously thinking about going to the news and, like, having them do, like, a report on it, because this guy's done the same thing in Santa Barbara for years, and they've done journalism reports on there, and it seemed to have gotten better, because I think they probably shamed the city council there to actually do something. And what has to happen, that's probably the route that I'm going to go, because I've lived here my whole life and I've never seen it get this bad. So it's like meth zombies walking up and down the streets through Miranda Park now. And my kids don't want to hang out outside. My wife doesn't want to go outside half the time. So I don't know if you guys don't live around here or if you live on the other side of town, but please drive by there every day and look at it, because if you out of sight, out of mind. And that's my comment. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Corey, for your comment.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, council members, staff, and neighbors. My name is Jan Burke. I'm a 30-year resident of Wainimi, board member at Anacapa View Beach Homes, business owner of San Miguel Produce, and chair of the Wainimi HOA Coalition established in January of 22. I and a few other HOA board members representing the coalition are here tonight to welcome our new city manager, James Vega, and the new police chief, Michael Federico. Welcome. The HOA coalition came together as a grassroots efforts about a year and a half ago to partner with the city on key issues and projects for our mutual benefit. Our mission is to provide Wainimi HOA representatives a forum to identify and address common issues and to collaborate with local government and officials in the development and implementation of policies and projects that impact HOAs and the quality of life of our city. Today, we represent about 42% of the HOAs in Wainimi, approximately 5,000 residents. The HOA Coalition has discussed at length the need to partner with our city officials in an effort to address the shared challenges that we currently face together. Our first project with the city has been a concern over trees, permit policies, and the old 1993 water-intensive landscaping guidelines. Last fall, City Council asked Community Development Director Tony Stewart to engage in a working committee comprised of landscape professionals and community members to revise the outdated guidelines, and with a new drought-tolerant and native plant palette for our region. and to develop new policies and permitting for trees and landscaping in our community. We are still working on this, but we are now beginning the permit and policy portion of that discussion. We need smarter and more sustainable landscape guidelines that meet the demands of the 21st century. And we also need HOA-friendly policy and permitting processes to help nonprofit HOAs afford the costly projects of revising landscaping master plans. This effort has been a great example of collaboration between government and community to bring about positive change for our city and for our HOA communities. We would like to thank the City Council members and staff for supporting this important project for the HOAs. We are looking forward to the completion of this project. Thank you, Tony. In a few months. I know we're getting closer. Last, we look forward to working with Mr. Varga and Mr. Federico to enjoy and to invite them to come to one of our HOA coalition meetings in the near future to get to know each other and get acquainted. And I want to just say thank you again for the time and service that you all put into helping our friendly little city by the sea. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Thank you.
We have Joan Tharp, and after Joan Tharp, it would be David Scrivener.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and staff. I too would like to welcome Mr. Vega and Mr. Federico to Wainimi, and I look forward to working with you both. So I'd like to address a couple of issues tonight. Actually, I had 2 issues, but now I have 3 because I do agree with the comments of Mr. Scrivener. And support the efforts of the community here to speak to you about that. The other issue is one that you're very familiar with, and it's the nonstop speeding on Ventura Road from Channel Islands to Wainimi Road. I travel on Ventura Road at least once a day via vehicle, on foot, walking my dog, or on a bike. And each time I see at least one vehicle, traveling at excessive speeds. There have been multiple accidents on Ventura Road, as you all know, and arguably those are due to speeding. The public has brought this to council, and so far there seems to be no improvement. My husband actually asked me to speak tonight on this, and I agree, these are also my own words. His suggestion was that the undercover police SUV do a loop from Channel Islands Boulevard to Wainimi Road or Surfside Road for an hour or 2 a day. And if it needs to be a marked car, so be it. He thought the undercover car might be a little bit more likely to not alert drivers to slow down. But the idea is that a vehicle driving on the road would be more of a deterrent to that parked vehicle that sits in front of City Hall, which everybody knows is empty. So I would really like to encourage looking at that option. Obviously the officer would be on call for any other calls that come up, but having a presence, I think would be very helpful. I think it's becoming a real problem, and particularly by the school, it's even more so. The second issue is the issue of electric bicycles on the beach and in the dunes. I've seen tracks of these bikes going through the dunes, breaking down the dunes, going over plants. I know it's not a big issue to most people, but it does affect the environment. It also, when these electric bikes go out onto Ormond Beach, they're endangering the endangered species out there. I don't know what the answer is, because obviously you have to have a presence on the beach pretty much 24/7. And I know that we don't have that capacity, but I wanted to bring it up. Perhaps there can be a volunteer group or some other police cadet people out there. I don't know what the answer is, but I did want it to bring it to your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Joan.
Good evening, Mayor Mayor Martinez, Mayor Pro Tem Perez, City Council members, and city staff. The Surfside Hotel has been an eyesore and a magnet for problematic people for the past 50 years. In October of 2021, the City of Port Hueneme reached an agreement with the owner of the Surfside Motel, allowing the front part of the hotel to be, which is adjacent to Hueneme Road, to be converted into apartments and the back portion into upgraded motel rooms. The agreement was time sensitive and the owner was given 2 years to complete the construction. While there was widespread community opposition to this agreement, the city attorney advised the council that it would be illegal to reject the proposal due to recent changes in state law. The council reluctantly agreed to allow the project to move forward. That was now 20 months ago. Several months ago, vagrants began occupying the property. The gates were destroyed, doors were either kicked in or removed. Most of the rooms have no doors, windows, and are not fit for occupancy. It is unclear what actions the city's been taking to resolve these problems, but whatever is occurring doesn't appear to be working. At this point, the site is being illegally occupied by people who pose a threat to the surrounding community. Individuals squatting there have been caught stealing packages, mail, jumping into the backyards of neighboring homes, as well as cruising the surrounding neighborhoods looking for opportunities to steal whatever they get their hands on. On Sunday, May 28th, I stood across Hueneme Road from the motel and watched the goings-on there for about 20 minutes. People were coming and going, bringing in provisions, setting up living spaces. After about 10 minutes, a man who had been at the hotel walked across the street and confronted me, asking me, first of all, was I looking for a girlfriend, and then clearly making it clear to me that I shouldn't be there. By the way, he had the full look of a meth head criminal. I'm the president of the Surfside Village Homeowners Association. The residents of the Surfside Village have become increasingly alarmed by the turn of events. To be blunt, we all have a bit of PTSD stemming from the vagrant occupation of Ormond Beach that peaked in 2018 and 19. At that point, homeless, vagrant, transients, whatever you want to call these people, were roaming the beach area, Bubbling Springs Park walkway, Miranda Park, openly drinking, shooting up IV drugs, passing out in the park, fighting with each other, jumping over block walls, entering people's yards and homes, breaking into cars, boats, and motorhomes, and stealing anything that was not nailed down. The community does not want to relive this experience. City staff and PHPD did very little about this until the level of violence rose to the point where it could not be ignored any longer. At that point, they acted and reclaimed our streets and parks and beaches, and were successful in doing that. I understand that you can't comment on this tonight. What I'm asking for is that this council put this on the agenda so we can have an open discussion about what's going on there and give us in the community some idea what can be done about this, because it's out of control. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, David.
Tamafig. After Tamafig will be Robert Gruber.
Can I just make a comment, just for the audience, is that okay? Just for the audience's benefit, that when you come up here and you make a public comment, we can't respond, but we are taking note, and we will follow up. We'll make sure staff follows up on those items.
I know that you can't, it's illegal for you to talk about it. I get that. I just would like it to be on the agenda so we can.
Right, and I hear you, and I'm just stating for everybody's benefit that the staff is listening, they're taking note, and they will follow up.
Yeah, I found when I've spoken in the past, you can't comment, but.
Yeah, and I was
do
speaking,
that.
okay.
Thank you.
All right. And also the police chief, Michael Federico, is not here tonight, just so you know.
Thank you. Mayor Martinez, council members, staff. I'm here tonight to speak about the Surfside Motel and the appearance of the lack of enforcement. As you all know, my history, 40 years with the city, 30 years of that running code enforcement. I'm very, very familiar with the motel, not to mention I share a wall. And I've shared my concerns before about the crack addicts that are jumping up on the wall and stealing my fruit and throwing things at my house. I've had to put up an illegal fence, and I make no bones about it being illegal, and I dare anybody to tell me to take it down because I do have to protect my property and my son that happens to live in the back. I was recently told by somebody from the police department that they are no longer allowed to patrol inside of the Surfside Motel because it gives the appearance of being the paid security for Mr. Peeney, the owner of the property. So therefore, they don't go in. Also, squatters have more rights than us homeowners and the residents in the city. I understand that this is not a complaint about the police department. They've done everything that they possibly can. However, as everybody else knows, including the police department, the rooms are being rented out. Money has been seen exchanging hands. Mr. Scrivener has seen groceries with people, walking in and out. I see lights on from my property. I call when I can, but again, the police can only do so much. And it's interesting, Council Member Hernandez, you say that, and I realize I don't expect, a response because I've been at this long enough to know. But during the campaign, one of the promises that everybody made that ran, including you guys and Martha, was we're going to have transparency. We're going to put all of this out. We're going to have newsletters. We're going to keep this, the citizens up to date. Okay, obviously, or we wouldn't be here tonight. Well, I understand that Mr. Petey legally has the right to do what he does because of the state. I get that. And he keeps his permits current. Every 6 months, he gets a building inspection. There's something called the Uniform Housing Code. And when I ran code enforcement here for the city, the Uniform Housing Code was my Bible. When I had slum landlords, such as Mr. Peeney, and I did use it on him occasionally, it specifically states that you cannot habitate a dwelling without hot and cold running water, heat, electricity, adequate sanitation. There is nothing of that over there. So while you can't go after him for his construction, you sure could go after him for violations of the Uniform Housing Code. Code enforcement, police department should be allowed to go in. I never had any problems working with past city attorneys. I don't know what the issue is here. I don't, because I'm not involved in it. But I do think that there needs to be a more concerted effort in using the tools that are available and not hiding behind the state law. I would urge the city council to put pressure on community development director and the city attorney and code enforcement to start looking at the Uniform Housing Code. And please, I urge you, put this on the next agenda for a full report for all of us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members and staff. I too welcome the new police chief and city manager to our city. My name is Robert Graber. It looks like Grober, but it rhymes with neighbor. I'm in Surfside Village as well, on Village Road, 431 Village Road. And I'm here just to echo and support the comments regarding Surfside Motel. I don't know all the legalese as some of our commenters may have had, but what I do know is when you drive by, you see the doors broken down, you see the windows broken out, and you see a lot of activity. And it's not the kind of thing that we want in our neighborhood, and I'm sure that something can be done legally to help us bring it into compliance. And with that, I say thank you and have a great evening.
Thank you. Thank you, Robert.
We have Sally. And then after Sally would be David Hawes.
Good evening, Mayor and council members and everyone. I live in Surfside Village, and Hueneme Beach is famously a family beach. And the full-size swing sets were removed and not replaced. Certainly, the new volleyball area is very nice, but swing sets, I feel, are important for a family beach. And if full-size swing sets are in Miranda Park, certainly they could also be on Hueneme Beach. And I hope that you'll think about that. The other thing is, I do support the comments of the previous speaker about the traffic on Ventura Road. Ventura Road from the beach to Hueneme has become a real drag strip with hot rods and motorcycles sputtering and booming and squealing all hours of the day and night. Surely something can be done about that also. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Sally.
My name is David Hawes. I live in Surfside also. I've, a year ago, wrote a letter to the council about the swing sets at the beach. I even offered to donate money to get them back. I came probably 6 months ago and asked the same thing. So I would ask that rather than just making comments, put it on the agenda and let's find out when, how, and where. My personal opinion is you don't need a big recreation area. In fact, I think that would be a detriment, especially with the beach. It'd be very difficult with all the plastic that they put down. But we do need something back. It's been a long time. I talked to the lady just as she took them out, and she was promised me, oh, they'll be back in within a few months. Well, it's been 2 years, maybe even longer. Anyway, so please put it on the agenda. Let's get that one done. I also was here 6 months ago and talked about the trees. I appreciate, and I've seen people now planting trees back in, but there are a couple big ones they haven't put in. Right next to the recreation center, there's a huge pit with, it's just looking trashy. And right next to the pickleball court, same type of thing. So I'd ask that you do that also, or see what they're doing. They are putting trees back in. I've seen them been planting for the last 2 weeks, so I appreciate that. And lastly, I am concerned about the hotel also. It is an eyesore, and I'm sorry that they can freeze you by saying that they're going to put in low-income housing. There's got to be a way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haas.
Stephen Auclair.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I have great respect for the staff here, and I just really urge you, Mr. Mayor and Council, that when members of the public are speaking, that you urge the staff, as they are now, to avoid having cross communication. And earlier, one of the staff members actually rocked back and rolled their eyes while a speaker was speaking. And I have great respect for staff. But I just really urge you, Mr. Mayor, to ensure that staff do not have that conduct. It does not reflect well on our city. Again, I have great respect for them, but I know this can be frustrating and these are long drawn out issues, but it does reflect the city and we can all see it. And there was actually an audible gasp when that occurred. Staff rocking back, rolling their eyes while a speaker was speaking. So again, Mr. Mayor, I hope you will address that in the future. And again, I have the respect the staff, but I hope you will maintain that sense of decorum on the dais. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Auclair.
That concludes the in-person public comments, but I have several written public comments if you'd like me to read them now. Dear City Council, in 2016, I purchased a home in the Surfside Village community. The tidiness of the community and its proximity to the beach and the police department were two strong selling points for me. In stark contrast was the building across the street. I was told that it was a motel and that it was being fixed up. Rumor had it local Johns frequented there with their prostitutes because they could pay for a unit by the hour. That was 7 years ago. Lately, I have observed many of these motel residents crossing the street from the motel into the Surfside community. My neighbors report that these motel residents are stealing their packages. Moreover, the motel looks worse than ever. It looks like a dump. On May 25th through 26th, I took the attached photos, which show that many of the doors have been removed. These photos also show broken windows reinforced with tape or boards. My photos also show that the chain link fence around the property has been downed in several places, and one section of the chain linked fence is on the stairs. My pictures also show where drywall has been punched out inside some of the units, including around electrical sockets. There is graffiti on an inside wall. Another photo shows a dog peering out of a taped together broken window on the second floor. There is a bike in one of the rooms. I did not feel safe being near that property, and I will not go back there without protection. While the facade of the motel may have been fixed in the last 7 years, for the most part, this building remains an absolute eyesore. Frustrated, I did some research online. I learned that this motel is owned by millionaire slumlord Dario Pini, who served time for multiple code violations against his Santa Barbara rental properties. He apparently calls himself a savior to residents who are less fortunate and or undocumented because he gives them a deal on their rent and allows multiple families to live in one unit. Yet when I looked at the images online of his rental units, I saw the deplorable condition of his units. They definitely looked unsafe. Pini, a savior? I think not. For years, rumors about this motel have swirled about like ghouls. It's time for the Port Hueneme City Council to dispel rumors and be transparent about where the city stands with Mr. Pini. I remember in 2019 when former Mayor Wilberg failed to address transient problems and the community was left reeling after one transient wielded a knife at the junior lifeguards and another transient named Dylan McTaggart kicked Sophie the dog 15 feet into the air. I hope the city learned from this episode and will start being more proactive. I'm requesting that the next city council meeting, the Surf Motel, be put on the agenda at the next city council meeting. Respectfully, Christina Zepko. Another public comment. Dear City Council, my name is Mark McLernan, a longtime Port Hueneme resident. I am following up on a letter I wrote for public comment back in March, asking when the city attorney would be up for review. It was my understanding that he was originally scheduled for review in September of 2022. However, with all the issues with the city manager, it appears that it was never started. While I am glad that the city is moving on from the previous city manager, I believe under his leadership and the current city attorney, the city has been exposed to a number of questionable actions that could lead to legal issues. Again, I would like the council to think about having a city attorney that appears to put the interests of other people and his own ahead of our cities. The question I have to ask, is this person doing right by our city, or is he using his position to further his own agenda? I would at the least like to see that the city attorney has been looked into for suitability in his position and any questionable actions identified be brought to his attention to be addressed properly. Respectfully, Mark F. McLernan. Another public comment, council members, I am board member of the Beachport Villas Homeowners Association. Our association is directly across the street from the Surfside Motel. Recently, I've been getting questions and comments from some of our concerned residents regarding the status of this motel. Some owners have direct views from their units of the activity that occurs there on a fairly regular basis, and it is not good. Having lived nearby for over 20 years, I can vouch for the fact that this place has had issues for many years. I'm aware the city has taken some action in the past with the property owner trying to address the situation, but unfortunately, problems continue. I just want to encourage the city to use any means available to get this property cleaned up and kept safe. Perhaps the owner could be required to provide security staff on site, or better yet, he could be encouraged to sell the property to some entity that would build something nice there. Anything you can do to help improve our neighborhood would be appreciated. Thank you, Jeffrey Scarberry. To whom it may concern, I moved into Surfside Village in September 2019. I am writing about concerns I have regarding Surfside Motel. When my wife and I moved in, the front side of the building looked as if it was being renovated. I believe the back would follow. Almost 4 years later, the condition of the structure has deteriorated drastically. At 4 p.m., May 30th, while walking on Hueneme Road, a car pulled into the motel's parking lot. A woman exited the passenger side, yelling and hitting the car. The driver quickly backed out and made a U-turn in order to travel east. A man came out of the complex throwing objects at the vehicle. I was worried the situation would escalate. At 4:30, I called Port Hueneme Police Department to report the matter. The dispatch operator said the department had been receiving a lot of calls about the motel recently. He said he would inform the watch commander and that perhaps a couple of units would be sent later in the day. Needless to say, this is not the town I thought we had moved into. I would like the problem with the motel to be placed on the agenda so we can discuss the situation and what the city is doing to rectify the problem. Thanks so much for your attention to this issue. Sincerely, Roy Heath. To members of the City Council, my husband and I moved to Port Hueneme in September 2019 to Surfside Village. We have found it to be a close-knit, lovely community. However, we did notice that Surfside Motel seemed to be in a state of disrepair. We had hopes that would be addressed. At one point, it appears as if repairs were being done to the front of the structure. We assumed that the side and back would follow, yet that has not been the case. In fact, the building seems to be in significant decline. I've spoken to several of our neighbors who have lived in our village far longer than we have, and they have indicated that the situation with the motel has been ongoing. Last week, our next door neighbor shared with me that someone jumped over the fence in her backyard and went through it. While there is no evidence that they were connected to the motel, it causes her concern. We have also had people riding bicycles, faces nearly concealed through our circles, looking as if they are investigating the neighborhood. Most recently, I walked out to the street and my husband pulled to the curb, at which point the person rode off the way he came. My husband has also had issues which he has reported to Port Hueneme Police Department, and because there seem to have been a number of occurrences, I feel we need to be concerned. I'm requesting therefore that you please add the matter with Surfside Motel to your agenda. It is important that the citizens of our community and our city feel that our concerns are being addressed and the situation will be dealt with properly and openly. Thank you for your consideration. Sincerely, Shannon Levy Heath. Dear council members, this is in regards to agenda item 13, but because it's on the consent, I'll just read it now. And that's in regards to the Clean Power Alliance. Climate First, Replacing Oil and Gas, is a grassroots environmental nonprofit dedicated to combat the climate crisis by working to shape the transition from fossil fuels to a carbon-free economy in Ventura County. We are committed to the establishment of an economy that is sustainable, inclusive, and promotes renewable energy. Seafrog strongly supports the city of Port Hueneme's moving forward with joining Clean Power Alliance with the investment in the feasibility study. This is one of the single largest things the city can do for climate action and will make homes and electric vehicles even more sustainable. Moving to green power is a climate-forward and exciting way to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. This will not only help ensure a comfortable, thriving future in Port Hueneme, but aligns the city with California's statewide goal of 100% clean, renewable energy electricity system by 2045. As a coastal city in the fastest warming county in the contiguous United States, it is essential Port Hueneme moves forward with green energy. Port Hueneme would be joining the county of Ventura and the cities of Oxnard, Thousand Oaks, Ventura, Camarillo, Moore Park, Simi Valley, Ojai, and most recently Santa Paula in utilizing efficient and cost-effective energy. Clean Power Alliance rates are typically competitive, allow Port Hueneme residents and businesses to choose where their energy comes from, and offer an electricity supply alternative to the utility monopoly of SoCal Edison, leading to more competition and better prices and services. When joining a community choice energy, local control is often an important factor for jurisdictions. The motto of the Clean Power Alliance ensures the public and local jurisdictions have a choice and equitable representation. First, providing an alternative to the current electricity monopoly allows communities to take control of purchasing their own power and make energy decisions locally. Second, each jurisdiction member has exactly one representative on the Alliance Board, no matter the size of the jurisdiction. This means that Port Hueneme would have the same voting power on the Clean Power Alliance Board that a larger city like the city of Los Angeles has. This is an opportunity to make sustainability more equitable and accessible for Port Hueneme residents. By opting into 100% green default, low-income residents can access 100% renewable energy at a lower price clean energy rate. Additionally, Clean Power Alliance reinvests profits right back into their member communities. This means Port Hueneme could benefit from local programs in community solar resiliency and grid management, green forest work development, electric vehicle infrastructure funding, and more. Seafrog urges the City Council to move forward, learning more about Clean Power Alliance and eventually making the worthwhile investment of $10,000 for a feasibility study. To see these positive changes make a meaningful impact in the short term, please consider making this bold choice as soon as possible. Thank you for prioritizing the future of Port Hueneme by supporting clean energy because, as you know, business as usual is detrimental to our climate, health, and economy. With urgency, Haley Ellers, Director. And that concludes the general public comment.
Okay. All right. Thank you for reading those out loud. We're now gonna move on to agenda approval for City Council. May I have a motion and a second to approve the agenda?
Move to approve?
Second.
Mayor Pro Tem Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Gama,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember McQueen Lejeune,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Let's move on to conflict of interest declaration. Do any members of council have any conflicts of interest to disclose for any item on the agenda? All right, I will be recusing myself on item number 14 due to prior business relations that makes me uncomfortable, and in the interest of transparency, I'm not going to be voting on this item. Thank you. we will now recess to the city council meeting and call to order the Housing Authority regular meeting. It is now 7:15 PM. Madam Clerk, can you please take a roll call?
Member Brown,
Here.
Member Gama,
Here.
Member Hernandez.
Here.
Member McQueen Lejeune,
Here.
Vice Chair Perez,
Here.
and Chair Martinez.
Present.
And let the record reflect Member Blackwell is absent.
Okay, we're gonna hear, we'll see. We will now hear public comments pertaining to items not on the Housing Authority agenda. Zoom participants, please use the raise your hand feature if you'd like to comment. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. Madam Clerk, are there any public comments?
No public comments for Housing Authority.
Okay. We will now consider items on the Housing Authority consent calendar, which will be enacted in one motion unless an authority member has a request to remove an item for discussion. May I have a motion and a second to approve our consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk, can you please take a vote?
We have Member Hernandez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Perez,
Yes.
Member Brown,
Yes.
Member Gama,
Yes.
Member McQueen Lejeune,
Yes.
and Chair Martinez.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Item number 3, Housing Authority 2023-2024 Annual Plan and Updated Program. Madam Clerk, do you have proof of publication as required by law?
Yes.
Do we have a complete file, reports, and exhibits?
Yes.
Will staff please present the report?
Good evening, Chair Martinez, Co-Chair Perez, Commissioners, and City staff. Today's recommendation is for the Commissioners to adopt a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the Housing Authority of the City of Port Hueneme approving the fiscal year 2023 and Public Housing Annual Plan. All public housing authorities are required to review, update, and amend their plans and policies annually and hold a public hearing on the plan. Upon conclusion of the public hearing, the plan and the policies are presented to the Housing Authority Board of Commissioners for approval by resolution and authorize the Housing Chair to execute and submit the policies to HUD for approval. This year, the only changes, the major changes are within the Section 8 program, which is called the HCV program. We are allocating additional vouchers for our homeless preference, as outlined in the staff report. Another major change, which will affect the public housing program, is the income limits. HOPMA 2016 is now in effect, and per the federal government, we must adopt income limits for the public housing program. And those are the two major changes for both programs, and I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Does council have any questions for staff? Only questions?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Martinez. Could you give us an update on those projects that we're working on? I think it was weather stripping, windows, replacement.
I can definitely come back and give you a full report, but the item before you today is the annual plan, which is the policies, the rules, and the regulations within the programs. But I will be more than happy to come back with an update on any capital improvement that we've done.
Okay, thank you.
I got a question.
Mr. Brown?
Mr. Brown, Mr. Brown, can
Yes.
you turn on your mic? Yeah, just push.
I thought it was on.
Okay.
It's not too far away from me. My question is, you said you're changing something about the income limits?
That is correct. HUD
What does
now,
that mean?
that basically means that we are adopting income limits, which, for example, for a family of 4, if a family of 4 is making more than 110,000 a year, they will no longer qualify for the program. Right now, we don't have any families that meet that criteria. The income limits are awfully high.
Oh, so that includes public housing part?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Councilmember Martha McQueen? Or Member Martha?
Yeah, thank you. Ms. Basua, you answered my first question was going to be, did we have anyone meeting that new requirement? Thank you for that. The only other question that I have is, based, attachment B, just for my own personal knowledge, it says 5-year plan. And it says this, this one document, and maybe an old document, says that it expires on February 29th, 2016. And then it says the plan for the fiscal year, July 2020. And so, I guess, is the 2020, so the 2020 is what the 5-year plan that we're working with right now, and this is just the annual updates to the plan for 2023 or 2024?
That is correct. So we are working on a 5-year plan that expires 2025. And to that plan, we are making amendments, and that is what we call the annual plan. So you are correct.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Pasillo, for your presentation. This is quite a package and a lot of work, I can tell. So thank you to you and your staff for the work and for submitting this. I just had a question about in page 2 of the staff report. It states that the Port Hueneme Housing Authority will offer a preference to applicants and families who meet the definition of homeless. Certification of homelessness completed by a homeless service provider in Port Hueneme is required. I'm curious as to who are those service providers that will be certifying whether or not a person is homeless?
So our first service provider is actually our HLO within our police department.
Okay.
So if our police department HLO is familiar with the individual, that he can testify that he is staying in Hueneme, we will go ahead and certify. The other forms of certification come, for example, Mercy House. Mercy House had a homeless individual, last known address was on Surfside Drive. They will certify that, and we will get certification from those providers.
Thank you. Another question I had on your 5-year plan, you provided a progress report here stating under section B3 that the Housing Authority has been unable to maintain a high performance status, but hopes to rectify this issue in the coming year. What's the issue there?
So we did have an issue with our financials, submitting our financials, so that really took a hit on our score. Currently, I'm trying to work with the HUD DC office in order to try to get that score up a little bit higher. It was an internal issue, and we hope to do better in the near future.
All right, well, thank you very much. Good luck with that. Thank you for
Thank
your
you.
report.
Councilmember Gama?
Yes, I do recall that you had some success with helping a couple individuals that were living on the beach. Didn't they go to Mar Vista, I believe, or?
Yes, we've actually have had success
Right.
with you approving the homeless liaison officer. He's becoming more of a social worker now, unfortunately, but he's doing such a great job, and he's really using our vouchers to assist as individuals. He's, working with landlords and trying to get them housed. But not only that, but what he's also doing, which is a huge benefit to the Housing Authority, is he visits these individuals. Maybe once a month or once every 2 months. And that helps the individual continue to do what the individual needs to do. But it also gives landlords, like the Housing Authority, because we do have one in our public housing units, have them be successful with the transition. So that has been extremely successful for the Housing Authority.
Yeah, and I think your staff and your efforts need to be commended, because I remember that case very well. It was like so many people in the community wanted to help them. We didn't know how to help them, and then it all worked out. And so I just appreciate that very much.
Thank you.
I have one
Councilmember
more
Brown?
question.
Member Brown. Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just thought I could speak.
No, yes, you can.
No, you can speak.
Yeah, you can.
Okay. No, I know, but I just blurted it out. I'm sorry about that. But anyway, so right now there's a list for people wanting to get into housing, public housing or Section 8 and so now you're saying that they're gonna bring in a list for the homeless? So are you gonna mix them together, or how do you place them in there?
So we currently have 3 lists. We have one for our public housing. We have another one for our Section 8. And just newly formed, we have a homeless preference wait list. And in order to get on that wait list, that's the certification that is needed by the homeless provider.
Right, I get that.
So, so remember, it's all voucher based. So what happens is that we go through our list of 5 vouchers. Once we've reached that 5 vouchers, we stop with the list until another voucher becomes available. Somebody moves out, somebody goes to another city, then we go back to that list. It does never interfere with our family list or our public housing list.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any more questions? No? All right. So the public hearing is now open for public input at 7:25 p.m. Are there any public comments regarding this item?
No public comments regarding this item.
Okay. Public input has concluded. I will now close the public hearing. The time is now 7:26 p.m. We have before us a recommendation to adopt a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the Housing Authority of the City of Port Hueneme, California, approving the 5-year fiscal year 2023 Public Housing Annual Plan. May I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Member Hernandez?
Yes.
Member Gama?
Yes.
Member Brown?
Yes.
Member McQueen Lejeune?
Yes.
Vice Chair Perez?
Yes.
And Chair Martinez?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
So we don't have any Housing Authority business items. Authority members' reports, comments, and requests for future agenda items. So would anybody like to?
I would just like to add that maybe next time we have this, maybe we could have an update on current things so that, but I would like to request that we have a future update on the progress of those projects that we were working on.
I'll second that.
Thank you. All in favor?
Member Gama?
Yes, sorry.
Chair Martinez?
Yes.
Member Brown?
Yes.
Member Hernandez?
Yes.
Member McQueen Lejeune?
Yes.
And Vice Chair Perez?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, are there any other requests for future agenda items or comments? All right. Yes, thank you, Gabby. We will now call to order the joint session of the City Council Housing Authority and Surplus Property Authority. Welcome to the joint session of the City Council Housing Authority and Surplus Property meeting. I am now calling this meeting to order. The time is now 7:28 p.m. Okay. Madam Clerk, can you now please take roll again for the 3rd time?
Member Gama?
Yes, I'm here.
And Member Hernandez?
Here.
And Member McQueen Lejeune?
Here.
Member Blackwell is absent. Member Brown?
Yes, I mean here.
Mayor Pro Tem Vice Chair Perez?
Here.
And Mayor Chair Martinez?
Present. All right, so we have a public hearing. Item number 4, biannual operating and capital budget for fiscal years 2023, 2024, and 2024, 2025. The recommendation is to open the public hearing to take testimonial and documentary evidence and thereafter consider approval and adoption of the proposed operating capital improvement program budget for the fiscal years 2023, 2024, and 2024, 2025, and adopt a resolution approving the operating and capital improvement program budget for fiscal years 2023, 2024, and 2024, 2025. Madam Clerk, do you have proof of publication as required by law?
Yes.
Do we have a complete file of reports and exhibits?
Yes.
Will staff please present the report?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, and staff. Lupe Acero, our Finance Director, will go ahead and give this report this evening. Thank you, Lupe.
You're welcome. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Temp, City Council, board members, and members of the public. I will be going over the fiscal year 24 and fiscal year 25 proposed budget tonight. The proposed budget was presented to council on May 22nd at the budget workshop. There were a couple of inputs and recommendations from council that staff has come back and included in the budget. And those items were, as noted, item number one, we added appropriations in the amount of $8,000 for 2 fire pits. So we had originally 2 of them in the budget. So now we have 4, and that's in fiscal year 23-24. The other recommendation was to add $10,000 in fiscal year 25 to convert a tennis court to a soccer court. And that has also been included in the budget. And then the other item was to provide information on traffic safety studies. Our Public Works Director has compiled information, and that was attached to the staff report in attachment C, noting the traffic studies that have been conducted and information on traffic studies. And then the other item is not included in the report, but we are, as the staff's going to continue to look for opportunities for grants for traffic studies. So that's on our list to continue to look for grants. The proposed budget that I'm going to present to you includes these items and those changes. Here before you for fiscal year 2024, the citywide operating budget is 58.1. Out of that, general fund is 26.5. The enterprise, which are your enterprise funds and other funds, so any other special revenue fund, 25.6, and then housing agency funds at $6 million. Looking at the budget for fiscal year 25, the city and related entities budget is $57.1 million. General fund is 26.8, and then enterprise and other funds at 24.2, and then housing agency funds at $6 million. And just taking a look at what we are presenting here before you, again, with including the recommendations, we have a balanced budget. We actually have a surplus in fiscal year 24 of $363,000, $363,136, and then in fiscal year 25, the surplus is estimated at $449,300. And so this slide just shows the revenues projected. There were no changes from the budget workshop in revenues. We're projecting revenues at 26.9 million in 2024, and with operating expenses 26.5. So that's the surplus in 24 of 363,000. In fiscal year 25, revenues are projected 27.3, and operating expenses, total expenses of 26.8 for a surplus of 449,000. Now this is general fund budget. Here is a slide reflecting the breakdown of the revenues for fiscal year 2024. Again, at 26.9, and you can see the components. Most of revenue is property taxes, sales, and other taxes. And then the other big one down below is the use of money and properties, which we talked about, is the Harbor District investment earnings, rents from city-owned properties, and then the $3 million down the second to the last line item, that is miscellaneous revenue. That's mostly the cannabis income revenue. Fiscal year 2025 revenue is projected at 27.3 million. And again, same, the components are basically the largest components, again, property taxes, sales taxes, uses of money and properties, and then cannabis revenue. And this slide shows the expenses broken by salaries and benefits, operating expenses, and internal service fund charges and operating transfers out. Again, for presentation purposes, we're backing out capital because capital is being presented in a separate schedule. So this is operating only. Operating expenses for fiscal year '24 are projected at 26.5 million. And for fiscal year '25, 26.8. The growth in salaries and benefits in year '24 from year 2023 is about $1.4 million. And that's primarily related to the cost of living adjustments from the agreements. And again, another $1 million. It's going up about another $1 million in 2025, cost of living adjustments. Operating charges, operating expenses are actually coming down in fiscal year '24. When you look at the 6.6 million versus 2023 at 8.3. 2023 has some one-time expenses, such as the purchase of the property, grant donation to the library. So about $1.1 million are one-time expenses. And net, we're still coming down about $500,000 in operating in 2024, and then down again in 2025 to 5.8. And this slide just reflects the new position that was requested and the reclassifications, the impact from those combined for fiscal year 2024 is $134,000 to the general fund and $145,000 in fiscal year 2025. And then I want to show the estimated savings from 6 part-time positions that we didn't fund in the budget. And that's roughly about $230,000. So in net, there's a savings of $96,000 in 2024 and $84,000 in 2025. And just this slide reflects the general reserves that we're have included in the budget, the updated reserve policy, which is economic reserves, economic emergency of 6 months of general fund operating expenses, a stability reserve of 10% of general fund operating expenses, and then risk management, which is 50% of the risk liability. And this slide shows the calculation of those reserves. Fiscal year 21-22, those are the audited numbers. And so that was, those are actuals audited. The projected 23 is where we expect to end up at the end of this fiscal year. And then 24 and 25 is based on the operating expenses that are being proposed. And so the reserve, the committed reserve is going from $13.3 million. It's jumping up to 16.8 in this fiscal year, and then 16.8 again, pretty much remains the same in 24 and goes up a little bit to 17 million in 2025. So again, that's a factor of operating expenses going up, and we're reserving that 6 months are really 50% of any projected expenses and 10% for stability. And on this slide, I wanted to show the unassigned fund balance. So this is the fund balance, not including the reserves, the committed. So this is what's remaining after the reserves are set aside. So we start with the beginning fund balance of 16.7. So again, that's the audited number of unassigned. In 2023, we're estimating to have an operating surplus of $227,000. And then we had one-time expenses. So we purchased a property and we committed the library grant. So that's about $1.1 million. So those are one-time expenses. And then CIP projects where we're expecting to spend this fiscal year is $527,000. And then there's a transfer from the unassigned to committed. So again, that's the transfer because our expenses are higher, we have to reserve more. So 50% of that operating. So that's at $3.5 million. So that brings the unassigned at the end of this year to 11.8 million. And then next year in fiscal year 24, again, we're expecting a surplus of 363,000. And we have capital projects next year. Most of those will roll over from this fiscal year that were not completed, but those are 3,054,000 of general fund that are gonna be funded by general fund. And then the 28,000 is, again, adjusting that committed, so transferring from the unassigned to committed. And so that would leave the unassigned at 9,084,000 at the end of fiscal year 24. And then the surplus for 24, sorry, that's a typo. That should be 24-25. Surplus should be 449,000. And then CIP projects for fiscal year 25 is $1,665,000 is what we're expecting. That's what's being proposed in the budget. And then again, we have another transfer to adjust that committed balance. And so at the end of fiscal year 24-25, we're expecting the unassigned fund balance to be just roughly under $8 million at $7.9 million. And I wanted to share this slide, basically shares both the committed fund balance and the unassigned, and in totality, how much the city is projected to have in both. So we have some that is committed, set aside for emergency, for risk, and then the unassigned that's available for those one-time purchases for CIP. And so at the end of fiscal year 24, both combined fund balances would be roughly just under 26 million, going down about $1 million at the end of fiscal year 25, combined at $24.9 million. And next, I just wanted to share the information on CIP. So again, we have a total for 23-24 of $14.6 million in capital projects. Out of that, $3 million is being funded by general fund, and then you can see the other funding sources in each of the corresponding buckets there. In fiscal year 2025, the total CIP is projected at 3.4. 1.4 is general fund. And so tonight, the proposed budget that I have presented to you, both operating and capital improvement budget program for fiscal year 24-25 is presented for your consideration and approval. The GAN limit, the GAN appropriations limit will be presented on June 20th. The calculation has been posted to the website, and I will bring that at the June 20th meeting for approval. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Acero. Does City Council have any questions? Oh.
I do have a question. On your handout on the first page, it says item number 3, provide information on traffic safety studies. Where is that information, and can we talk about the information, Mr. City Attorney? Because I think traffic is something that is an issue with many, and I was wondering what the traffic studies, what are we doing, and what are we going to look at next year for traffic safety?
I believe that to the extent it pertains to agenda, or not agenda, but budgetary issues, I think you're fine. If you want to get into what the traffic studies say and then relevant actions relating to the traffic studies, then I think we're a little bit off topic.
Okay, well, I'm just trying to, in the context of this budget, could somebody explain what number 3 means, provide information on traffic safety studies? Are we just giving cost information, or are we getting into the details, or I don't understand.
The request, at least how what staff was directed to provide was information on previous traffic studies, and that's the attachment C, the exhibit just talking about the speed surveys that had been conducted in the frequency, collision reports. There was a speed cushion program that was presented to council in February 2022. So it's informational only. There were no appropriations that were requested, excuse me, to be included in the budget.
Practically, the other day, I just noticed that they painted at Bulker a keep clear, which was very much needed in my opinion. Was that one of the recommendations that you're referencing here on this first page?
Councilmember comments on C. Okay. Yes, Charles?
Good evening. The Keep Clear was part of a traffic analysis that was done a couple of years ago. And that was something that was implemented. It was supposed to be progressive mitigation. So that was one of the items that was asked to be installed, and we installed it this past week. With respect to the traffic studies, the last one that was approved by council was in 2015. So we're about due for another traffic study. We can go out to do that and bring a speed survey analysis to council.
Yeah, so do we have it in the budget to do that?
Yeah, we can do that.
No, is it in the budget to do
Right,
that?
yeah, is it in the budget right now?
Yes, we can allocate funds for that.
Okay,
But it's not in the budget.
It's not called out as a line item, no.
Okay.
I just think it's a priority to look at traffic safety, and like you said, 5 years out, so it's time for jumping back into it, right?
Yeah, we're required to do it to enforce the speed survey 5 to 10 years, and the last one was done in 2015. So we're just about due. We can do that and get a speed survey done.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm asking for other than that we pay attention to traffic safety in the city of Port Hueneme. So I guess at the later part of the meeting, I'll make a motion to get it on an agenda so we could get into the details.
Okay, we can do that.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Thank you, Mrs. Luceta. And Mr. Cable, if you could just stand there for just a second, because you might want to comment on this. There was a comment regarding grants for traffic safety studies. I didn't see that in the staff report, but that was just an agreement that we would look for grants.
An agreement that staff
Okay.
is gonna be looking.
Okay, so just for everybody's information, I have a meeting with Southern California Association of Governments and Mr. Watkins, and I don't know, Charles, if you've been notified of this, on Wednesday to talk about grants through the Go Human program, which will give us an opportunity to look at traffic safety programs that we might be able to fund here in the city of Port Hueneme. So I know everybody's been concerned about traffic safety. I have been concerned about it for a long time. I don't want to get too far off topic, but we are looking into grants during the course of this meeting on Wednesday.
Any other questions? Councilmember Martha McQueen? John?
No, I don't have anything right now. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Perez? I did have one question. In terms of the soccer court, was that for 2020? I don't know if I had mentioned 2023, 2024, or is that what it was said?
It's in fiscal year 25, 24, 25. So
Okay.
it's in yeah, that's where.
Okay. You know, I saw that. I just thought it was gonna be for 2023, 2024. But that can be discussed in a bit.
Well, I think we heard from Ms. Basua about the implications of trying to do that project earlier, and the fact that we're behind, trying to support staff
Okay,
in
so
the
that's what it
administration of the
was.
Parks
Okay.
grant.
Yeah,
And
my memory was hazy, so. Okay, no more questions?
I have a question.
Member Brown?
Yes. Okay, so on this traffic study here, they talked about the speed cushion program from February 2022. So is that still continuing? Is they still putting more in? Are they Or is that something that was done?
We're continuing to do that, reevaluate neighborhoods.
Okay, so would I be able to ask to put some where we live in front of the Mar Vista? I mean, we've been asking for it. The cars come speeding around there. And they come so fast. There's people with walkers, with their electric scooters. And sometimes we barely get out of the way and these cars come racing. They come around that curve off of Panoma and onto Scott Street, and they just race through there. And I know people have been asking for them.
Right.
So I'm just,
So we allocate 150,000 each year for the speed cushion program. And this past year, we did Volker Avenue, and we're prioritizing areas where there's children
I understand
and
that.
schools. So we're prioritizing areas, and we have criteria that we have to meet. So you can submit a request, and we can have our traffic
Yeah,
engineer.
because I know
look at
you're
it.
doing it at the schools, parks, where children are, which I understand, that's
Right.
got to come first. But we're senior citizens, disabled, people that live here in the Mar Vista, apartments there. And we cross across the street, you know, there's a bus stop across the street, we gotta walk. So some people, I mean, they're barely making it across the street and these cars come racing. And,
Yeah.
and it's hard to tell they're coming because they come around that curve. But if they're coming this way, we at least hear them, you know?
If I may, I think Member Brown, what he's trying to ask is where can he go to so that he can request those
Right.
speed bumps?
Correct, I'm sorry, I asked the wrong question.
So, thank you, Gabby. Ms. Basu. We have looked at that area. We did receive a request, and we had, I think we're looking at Scott Street, but we're only putting an area where funding allows. And with this new fiscal year, we can evaluate that area along Scott Street and, I think it's Panoma.
Correct, okay, thank you.
Mr. Cable, if anyone else wanted to submit a request, where do they go to submit these requests?
They can submit it to myself or Mark Watkins, the Public Works Director.
Okay, so to your email?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
And my email's available on the website, Public Works, right there.
Okay,
We have information on the speed cushions that we've placed around the city, along Park and Volker.
so we look up the Public Works or do we look up your name?
You can look me up. I will get my information to you.
And if not, Member Brown, I can help you with that.
Okay, thank you.
And Charles, before you leave,
Yes.
how are we doing on that sidewalk? Because I think that sidewalk is related to traffic safety here at Mar Vista. Because people could use a sidewalk rather than walking down the middle of the street.
We're going out to bid shortly on it.
Okay, all right, thank you. Any more questions regarding to the budget, capital budget? All right, thank you, Ms. Acero, for your presentation.
Thank you.
The public hearing is now open for public input at 7:52 PM. Are there any public comments regarding this item?
Yes, we have a few public comments for this item as well. First is Rich Rollins.
Good evening, City Council. One of the things that I noted with all the neat things happening in June, also in June, is National Recreation and Parks Month, to be added to the list. On behalf of the tennis community, I wanted to express my concern regarding the proposal to convert a tennis court to an arena soccer court. There are currently 4 courts that are regularly used by people of all ages and ethnicities. On weekends and weekdays, they are often filled to capacity with local families, youth, and seniors. They bring much-needed activity that serves as a deterrent to negative behavior that's occurred in the past. It also serves as a source of tourism, as vacationers, regional players come to play, and then while they come to play, they use our businesses on the way out, utilizing restaurants and that sort. It's always a good thing to bring in new visitors with new programs. A better alternative, perhaps, for the encouraging soccer would be to use underutilized areas, such as perhaps even at Miranda, one of the 2 basketball courts, which are rarely used to capacity. Also, perhaps the money could be better spent to renovate the existing multi-purpose field that, as you know, we had Gophers there, but perhaps some of that $10,000 could be going to level it so that, we could actually use soccer and have hundreds of kids and adults using it for that purpose. The arena soccer is unproven. We have had no public requests for this experimental activity. Don't give away a popular program for an experimental idea. There are plenty of underutilized park space that could be used at Miranda or even perhaps Boker. Tearing down existing poles, even temporary, will hurt the quality of play and be very costly for a one-time event. Let's build new recreational opportunities, not put them at odds at existing successful activities. Thank you.
Walter Moody.
Good evening. I got a special request, so I'm not going to sing tonight. Anyway, I'm Walter Moody. I'm the tennis coach over at Wainimi High School. I coach the boys and girls tennis team. Once upon a time, I ran Miranda Park over there. I live at 932 Maplewood. Been a resident of the city since '93. And I kind of concur with what Rich said. My team, when we practice in the summer, we end practice at 4:30. We practice from 2:30 to 4:30, starting June 22nd, all the way up to our first match, which is August 21st. And 9 times out of 10, half of my team comes over to Miranda Park to play because of the lights. And the other concern I have is something that happens over at the high school. We have a lot of kids at the high school that try to come out on the tennis courts and kick soccer balls. And I just like to let the council know and the city know that you're opening up a can of worms if you do that, because there's going to be conflict, and the tennis courts, that's if you're like me, any day you get to play tennis is a better day. And we have an upstanding facility, and you have all that space out there that could probably be reconfigured, along with that money that could be used to refurbish the tennis courts. We ran the Ojai tournament over at Wainimi High School. We had every junior college from Mount Shasta all the way down to San Diego. And it was a boon to all the businesses in the city, because all those teams came and, ate lunch, and did different things, and provided revenues, to these businesses. So I think that before you take $10,000 and spend it, on a soccer court, and don't get me wrong, I love soccer. I was actually working at the Canadian American Tennis School in Germany during the 1990 World Cup. And after the Germany won the World Cup, at 3:30 in the morning, I'd never seen anything like it. People coming out of their houses, and they partied like it was 1999. So you know what? I love soccer. Mayor Martinez is a colleague of mine. I believe in what he's doing. I believe in his vision. But I think that I think it would be prudent, for everybody concerned, that if we rethink this, I think that we could come up with a better solution. And I thank you for your time, and I thank you for listening to me. Peace.
Thank you, Mr. Moody.
We'll have Ryan Rollins and then David Scribner.
Hi, my name's Ryan Rollins. I work at the Navy base, and just like the past two said, I captain a tennis team, and we have to have a minimum of 4 courts. So if 2 of them were taken down for any reason or any time, we wouldn't be able to do our league. And our league has people from all over Ventura County coming in and playing with us. And then just as Walter said, some of his students come frequently, even off season, the last 2 or 3 months. I've seen them there pretty much Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday nights until like 7, 8 p.m. or so. And when they're there and I'm also playing, then all 4 courts are used as well. That's basically it. Thank you.
Good evening again. So I live right next to Miranda Park and look over my back fence and there it is. Basically, the tennis courts, especially since the lights have been put in there, are in use a lot more. And since the pickleball courts came in, it was kind of spread out before. Now those courts are used much of the time. I think the idea of arena soccer is fantastic. They had a place over in Camarillo my son used to play at, and it didn't take a lot of space. I think it was a really good thing to do. I'm wondering if we can just keep the tennis courts and relocate that. A good place at Miranda would be where the old handball courts are, because you've got some hills there. People could sit on those hills and watch it. Much like you do at the baseball diamond, there's that hill there. And in the day when we used to have a lot of softball things going on, people sat up there and used it a lot. So my suggestion would be to definitely build a arena soccer thing. I think it's a fantastic idea. And to think about putting it, there's two places at Miranda Park would go well. One is what I just described by the old handball courts. And the other is there's a second baseball diamond that never gets used. It sits there empty. The good one doesn't get used. There's a spot over there that I think you could convert fairly easily. And the other choice is a bit more just to move it to Bolker. There's nothing going on at Bolker. There's a one crummy little basketball hoop. There's a child play area that's not of use, and nobody uses it. That would be another great place, because the park isn't really big enough to put a baseball diamond in or anything like that, or even a soccer field. But so I'm all in favor of arena soccer. Maybe rather than getting rid of something, we can add to it. So that's my thoughts. Thank you.
The in-person public comments are done, but I have a few written public comments that I'll go ahead and read now. Dear City Council, the conversion of a tennis court into a soccer field is a bad idea. My name is John White, and I have been a resident of Port Hueneme for 23 years. I have rented tennis courts at the Miranda Park for 15 years for an annual tournament that brought people from Las Vegas, San Diego, and other areas. They stayed at our Holiday Inn and frequented local restaurants. Due to tennis court conversions to pickleball courts, there are now fewer tennis courts in the area to bring tennis groups to one, and one less court will discourage groups from coming. 4 courts are usually the minimum number of courts needed to hold a tournament. League tennis usually requires 4 courts too, and the annual Ojai Pro and College Tournament used to rent 4 or more courts from us. It was a treat to see such a high level of play, and me and others would come out to watch them. If the courts were resurfaced, they would probably want to rent them from the city again. The idea of tennis right next to soccer just doesn't make sense. The soccer ball is much bigger and could be a liability if it gets out of bounds and hits tennis players, causing serious head injuries. It would also be disruptive for tennis players if those bigger balls are hitting the tennis court fences. Presently, all 4 courts are active in the mornings, especially on weekends. Players who use them will suffer with one less court. It will be like oil and water. They don't mix well side by side. Please don't do it. Thank you, John White. Regarding converting a tennis court at Miranda Park into a soccer field. I have lived next to Miranda Park for over 20 years and played tennis there for many years, from when it opened in the 70s up until the 90s. The conversion of 4 courts to pickleball has been very successful, but left only 4 public tennis courts in Port Hueneme as far as I know. I see these courts busy fairly often in the evenings and on weekends. Reducing the number to 3 could cause some players to have to find other places to play or have to wait until a court opened up. If funding were available, it would be nice if the city could identify some other permanent location that could accommodate a dedicated soccer court. Thank you, Jeffrey Scarberry. Dear City Council, when I heard about this absurd idea, I just couldn't believe it. As a tennis player and a retiree from the City of Port Hueneme City Clerk's office, I have played tennis at Miranda for over 20 years. I was heartbroken when they took 4 courts away to put in the pickleball courts, but now have adjusted, as we still have 4 very good and very, very used courts available to all us tennis players. I wish we had more, but to take 1 or 2 more away from the tennis players, that's a travesty. Please don't do this. Where in God's name did you get that idea to put a soccer field in? If you must do so by the rec center where there is a lot more area and no tennis or pickleball courts. Please reconsider. If Rich Rollins had stayed on the council, this ideal never would have materialized. Jody Nichols. Good evening. My name is Stephanie. I have been living in Port Hueneme my whole life. I think it's a really great idea to put a soccer field at Miranda Park. Thank you. Good day. My name is Christina. I am a resident and parent of 2 children here in Port Hueneme. I think that while we currently do not have a designated space for soccer available, that using the tennis courts as a mixed-use space is a great alternative. Designated times could be established for either sport. It is more beneficial for the children of Port Hueneme to have a constructive outlet as opposed to not. Thank you for taking my opinion into consideration. God bless you, Christina Greco. That concludes the public comments for this item.
All right, so the public input has concluded. I will now close the public hearing. The time is 8:05 p.m. We have before us a recommendation to adopt a resolution approving the operating and capital improvement program budget for fiscal years 2023-24 and 2024-25. May I have a motion and a second?
I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the biannual operations and capital budget for fiscal years 2023-24 and 24-25 with a caveat that staff consider other options for locating a soccer field in the process of their park improvement, the park master plan implementation.
This kind of puts me in a dilemma. I understand that I could vote for the budget overall, but now the budget is being crafted into this one item that is right next to my house. So should I recuse myself, or do I get to vote on the implementation of our 23-24 budget?
My understanding is that Councilmember Hernandez's motion, I don't think that it specifically calls out your house or the proximity to it. I think she said simply look for alternative locations. I'm not sure that one of the alternative locations suggested is within 1,000 feet of your home.
What if it's Boulker?
I'm just asking staff to consider in their
I
implementation.
I
of
believe
it.
the breadth of the question to consider alternative locations within the city does not place this within 1,000 feet of your home where there's a reasonable foreseeable financial or material financial effect to be made by this decision at this point in time. Does that make sense?
Yeah, to you, but so basically for the public, if we live within 1,000 feet of a park, we technically should recuse ourselves from voting for improvements to that park.
That's correct.
Correct?
That's
So
correct.
the reason why I said, well, if you moved it to Bulker, I believe Councilmember Hernandez may be within 1,000 feet of Bulker.
I can attempt to give a lay explanation of the Political Reform Act rules. I don't know how well it'll come off the top of my head, but in essence, an elected official or a person appointed to a board is prohibited from making a decision where they would have a reasonably foreseeable material financial benefit or detriment. The impetus behind these rules is simply that public officials should not be self-motivated when making decisions. One of the materiality standards has to do with an interest in real property. The fundamental distances in which a decision from an interest in real property would be between 1,000 and 500 feet. Anything within 500 feet is pretty much guaranteed to going to be a material financial impact. Anything within 1,000 feet and 500 feet is presumed to have such an impact, but it is a rebuttable presumption. Once we determine that materiality exists, one of the ways that we can get past it, and that's assuming that materiality exists because this decision does not actually come forward with an improvement to Miranda Park or Bulker or anything like that. It's simply a decision to investigate. So my argument is that there is no reasonably foreseeable financial impact because it's contingent on future action. So I don't see the second prong being met under the Political Reform Act. Even if it was, and this would require some research, is if there's a distinct population segment of the city that is benefited equally, and you would be among that distinct population segment, off the top of my head, it's something like 25% of all residences in the city. If those people would all be benefited equally and there wouldn't be a unique personal benefit to yourself, then you may still vote on it. And every time we discuss Political Reform Act deals, I have to give you the caveat
I
that says
know.
you may not rely on my advice to avoid an FPPC enforcement action.
Right.
And so that's always the caveat at the end that concerns people is, even though I can do the analysis off the top of my head right now, you may not rely on my advice to avoid a conflict.
Right, but adopt the resolution approving the operating capital improvement program budget for fiscal year 23, 24, 24, 25. I could vote for that with a clear conscience, but then below that, to give us some background, and, Miranda Park is targeted specifically.
I have a comment.
Okay.
So I think the description of the item is inadequate. I think there should have been more information. This is not a permanent transformation. This is not a permanent conversion. We're not removing a tennis court for no tennis use ever again. This is a per event conversion, and it'll be put back to a tennis court for permanent use as a tennis court. So I just wanted to make sure that the public understood that, because I don't think it was adequately discussed. So.
We're in the middle of a vote. I just made a motion. We don't have a second yet, so.
Typically not, now that public hearing is closed. And so that's,
But I just wanted to reiterate, this is not a permanent closure of a tennis court. The tennis court will still be there. It will be used per event for however long the event goes, for a couple of hours, and then it will be turned back into a tennis court to be used as a tennis court. And I would like to reiterate that this is a public park, so anybody should be able to use the public park, and we'll reserve it with a special use permit, which is what is happening for whatever they so choose, and then it converts back, and the public gets to use the space again freely. It's the same thing in any public park where you reserve a tennis court for a party. Nobody else gets to use that tennis court but your party for the time allotted that you've reserved that tennis court, or whatever event you want to have there. But it will go back to a tennis court. It's not removing a tennis court.
Don't use tennis courts for-
I just wanted to add the comment, like, I remember when the first pickleball court went up, and then another and another and another. So sometimes you got to be careful what you wish for, but in this case, it's good. I mean, pickleball has been very good for the park, not necessarily for the tennis players, but pickleball is booming. So
I'm gonna make a motion to approve the recommendation to adopt the operating capital improvement program budget for the fiscal years 2023-24 and 2024-2025.
Second.
And then, are there any other motions? Okay, if you'd like, we can open up a discussion now.
I think we need just to move on. Let's take the vote.
Okay.
Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Gama,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember McQueen Lejeune,
Yes.
and Mayor Pro Tem Perez.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right. This is now the adjournment of the Port Hueneme Housing Authority regular meeting and the Surplus Property Authority special meeting, reconvening to the City Council regular meeting.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry. I forgot to call him Member Brown. I just want to make sure that you approve the budget.
Oh.
Yes.
Thank you. I apologize.
Okay. Sorry about that, Member Brown. The Port Hueneme Housing Authority will adjourn it to its next regular meeting of July 3rd, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. The Surplus Property Authority will adjourn to a date to be determined, and the City Council meeting will now reconvene. The time is now 8:14 p.m. Item number 5, appointment of city manager and approval of employment agreement. Will staff please present the report?
Good evening, Mayor, council members, members of the public, city staff. Item number 5, as the mayor adequately stated, pertains to the appointment of Mr. James Vega as the city's next city manager. One point to note is that if the council so desires, they can amend the recommended action in the agreement to have a start date of July 17th. Mr. Vega has indicated that he's available to start earlier than the July 24th date noted in the report. I am available for any questions about this action.
So motion to approve the July 17th start date?
Second.
And the 4-year employment agreement?
And the 4-year contract as stated.
I'll still second it.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Perez?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. We have a public comment on this item.
Oh, okay.
Stephen Auclair?
Mr. Mayor, City Council, I'm, of course, Stephen Auclair. Many of you know me, but the audience may not. I'm the Vice Chair of the Citizen Advisory Commission here in the city of Port Hueneme. Although, of course, today I'm speaking in my own capacity. I want to welcome Mr. Vega. 8 years of civic and municipal experience is going to really do our city well. He, of course, is a fellow CI grad and a graduate of Ventura College of Law. Experience in Oxnard and Ojai, it's everything we would have wanted in a city manager. I participated in some of those early public input sessions, and I'm happy to see the selection. I will also note that his 8 years of municipal experience is 8 more than his predecessor had when he was appointed. And I bring this up, and I know it's rather awkward, but it was in the newspaper, and I think the timing of these hirings is important. That his contract before you, and it is a 4-year contract, and I appreciate that, and his experience, of course, I've never met him, nor have I ever talked to him, but his current salary proposal in the contract that was in the VC Star, I just want to point out is $14,000 less than his predecessor that had no civic experience, no municipal experience. It is $15,000 less than the new police chief that we're about to hire. The current police chief contract that's before you, or the new police chief rather, that will be hired, is set to make $52,000 more than his predecessor, a police chief that was here for 6 years. I will also note that both the new city manager and outgoing city police chief were both people of color. I'm concerned by this, and I know your board prioritizes equity, particularly pay equity. And I'm concerned that these irregular pay differences it will be furthered by this contract. I care about the staff, and I care about their retention, and I care about pay equity. Both our unionized and non-unionized, our management staff. I hope that this pay and equity will be fixed by your council, that your council will prioritize pay equity. And I think it's not acceptable that somebody coming in with more experience than his predecessor, 8 more years of experience than his predecessor, will be paid $14,000 less than he was paid, and $14,000 less than the incoming police chief that's never been a police chief before. And that's not to mention, of course, like I mentioned, the $52,000 more that the incoming police chief will make than our outgoing police chief, which I'll remind everybody, did such a great job that he is now the assistant sheriff for Ventura County. So I hope that you will address these issues, and that time to address these issues are now. That way, these changes don't impact the lifetime earnings of the city manager, because that's what's on the line here. Perhaps he's willing to accept less pay, but as you all know, people of color shouldn't be expecting less pay, particularly with more experience than his predecessor had when he departed. So that it's in your hands. City management has made their recommendations, but it's in your hands, City Council. Please prioritize pay equity. Don't further inequity among management. And welcome both to this police chief and the city manager. Thank you. And I hope you do have follow-up questions around the disparity and pay equity. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one additional public comment on Zoom from Rachel Lang. If she would unmute herself and go ahead and speak.
Yes, thank you all for allowing me to speak. My name is Rachel Lang, and I am a city council member in the city of Ojai. And I just can't say enough positive things about James. We are, of course, heartbroken to see him go, but there is so much happening in your city, and I think you have a really vibrant, thriving community, and I think James is going to be a welcome addition to that. And I am so happy that he is going to a place where where his gifts can shine. I was not aware of the pay discrepancy that Mr. Leclerc just mentioned, but I would also invite you to look at that. James is invaluable. One thing I really appreciate about him is how balanced he is. He's smart. He knows his way around a budget, and he's really good um, at understanding the big picture and overlooking the nitty gritty of the politics of a community in order to keep that big picture in mind and move a community forward. So I'm really thrilled for you all, and like I said, sad for us. But I just wanted to speak on his behalf as you're voting to appoint him tonight. Thank you.
That concludes public comment for this item.
All right, so let's go back to the order. The recommendation is to appoint Mr. James Vega as the city manager and approve a 4-year employment agreement. May I have a motion and a second?
So moved. Mr. City Clerk.
Yeah, were we okay to do the original motion and second?
Yeah.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Gama,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Real quick, was there any discussion that anybody wanted to take
I
right
just
now in public?
wanted to comment that I think that we owe it to Mr. Vega to look at the pay equity issue, and I think we should do that.
Councilmember Martha McQueen Lejean?
Yes.
Any other comments? I just for the record, I do agree with Councilmember Hernandez as well, and it is something that we were discussing.
Yeah, we're kind of in a dilemma here because we had a closed session meeting and we did discuss this, but we're not allowed to discuss out here what we discussed back there. So,
But yes, it was discussed.
I am pleased to have James Vega here. And I'm pleased to vote in favor of his hiring. And I don't know what else I could say other than that.
Okay.
Welcome to our city, and let's take a
Well,
vote.
let's go ahead and
Vote.
finish the vote. So I think we already got 3 votes.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, and
Now can we make comments?
actually, I would like to invite Mr. Vega up. You know, I know he didn't want to speak today, but I just want to at least hear a sentence or two.
Give us an opportunity to say welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. It was very nice of Councilmember Lang to speak from Ojai. I did not expect that. I think if I were you, I'd be suspicious if the outgoing council member is telling you to take them off our hands. But no, I know that she speaks from the heart, and so it means a lot. Thank you for the opportunity. I think the things that come to mind is just excitement to get started and gratitude for the opportunity. Thank you to the council and thank you to the community for welcoming me to Port Hueneme. Very quickly, a little bit about myself. I was raised in South Oxnard and right down Channel Islands, and used to come to Hueneme Beach for pretty much, in my opinion, anybody from South Oxnard, pretty much any social occasion, you go to the beach, it seems like. And so birthday parties, things like that, we would be at Hueneme Beach. I started to get into surfing in high school, so I started living at Hueneme Beach as a surfer. After school, skateboarding through Oxnard with a surfboard under my arm. So if anybody remembered seeing that weird kid, that was me 15 years ago. And so I'm excited to be here. I also lived in Port Hueneme. As soon as I had the opportunity when I was in college, I moved to Port Hueneme. I lived here for a long time. And I feel like I'm part of the community. I think I'm coming back to be part of the community after I tend to live in the office. So my office has not been in Port Hueneme for the last 6 years, but I plan to be living in Port Hueneme in my office moving forward. And so I really just appreciate the opportunity. Very kind words from everybody. I'm grateful for the welcome, and I'm ready to get to work. I think Councilmember Hernandez noted earlier that comments couldn't be made about the items tonight, but staff were taking notes. I've got pages of notes, and I'm ready to get working.
awesome.
So thank you.
Thank you.
I also wanted to mention that we don't usually have this many public comments, just for the record. But it's always great to have public comments. All right.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember McQueen LeJean has her hand.
Oh,
raised.
yes. Councilmember McQueen LeJean.
Thank you, Mayor. And so since I'm not in the room tonight, I just wanted to say welcome to Mr. Vega. So glad that he is here. I know his experience will be an asset to our city. So looking forward to working with him and seeing all the great things that he's going to be able to do for our city. So thank you so much.
Several years ago, I made a comment that we should get a city manager that surfs. And so tonight, we've accomplished that goal. It made the newspapers 4 or 5 years ago, and I couldn't be more satisfied. And it really speaks well to understanding our community. You attended Channel Islands High School, and you surfed Hueneme Beach, and I'm very excited for us. So welcome, surfer.
All right. Anybody else want to say anything else? Councilmember Hernandez?
I said welcome, and I'm looking forward to meeting with you this week, so we're good.
Yeah, same thing. We're meeting this week, so looking forward to our discussion.
All right, we're now going to move on to presentations. Item number 6, the Pride Flag discussion and Pride Month proclamation. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments on this item?
Yes, we have a few public comments on this item. First up is AJ Holmes.
Good evening to the mayor, mayor pro tem, council members, city staff, and members of the public. I'm AJ Holmes. I serve on the board of directors of Diversity Collective Ventura County. We proudly serve as the leading countywide LGBTQ nonprofit in Ventura County. This is a busy time for us as June is Pride Month, and we're covering all corners of the county, accepting proclamations, being visible at various community events, and showing up to encourage our elected officials to continue promoting the visibility and celebration of LGBTQ+ persons throughout the county. While myself and my peer, Roland Catabona, are here tonight to accept the 2023 Pride Proclamation from the city, I'm also here to voice, I'm also here to voice my opinion that the Pride flag should, without question or hesitation, be flown proudly as it was last year. This flag does not represent an organization or a club. It represents your neighbors, your family members, friends, co-workers, and strangers. It represents me. As a member of the LGBTQ+ community, I take great pride in seeing this flag fly above municipal buildings. I'm originally from a small town in Tennessee that would never consider promoting my visibility, inclusion, or safety. I implore you to be unlike the officials in my hometown and state. Continue to fly the pride flag as you have in years past, and continue to celebrate and love your neighbors. It may seem like a small action, but to LGBTQ community members, it means everything, and it can save lives. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes.
We have Stephen Enclair, and then after will be Veronica Miranda.
Mayor Martinez, City Council, City Staff. I was pleased to see this proclamation before you again this year. I want to thank Councilwoman Hernandez, who made history, I think it was 3 years ago now, who brought the first Pride Proclamation to this council. Nothing like that had ever been done in this council, and that was very meaningful to the entire LGBTQ plus community. It swept across the county, ensuring that government bodies reaffirm the fact that they do represent everybody. They do care about everybody. They care about the lives of those who live in this city, and ultimately, frankly, they want to be kept alive. They want to keep the LGBTQ plus individuals and youth that live in the city alive. And that starts by knowing that the city supports them. That this building that I know often also is used by Hueneme School District also affirms them, views them as valid and full individuals in our city. So to the city council, please continue in your nonpartisan tradition that this city has held over the last few years of supporting the pride flag raising, not giving into fear or negative comments, or frankly even pushback from, cautious legal counsel or cautious city management. Have courage, and that's why you were elected. Continue to have courage. Join your colleagues at the County of Ventura, the City of Oxnard, the Port of Hueneme, Oxnard Union High School District, the City of Ventura, the City of Ojai, that are doing the same, that they're affirming their residents, that they're not giving in to fear, that they will be sued or they will be challenged, or the narrative that by doing this, we somehow prioritize LGBTQ population over other individuals. It certainly is not. Or that raising the LGBTQ plus pride flag prioritizes an organization of some kind. Frankly, as we all know, and I know this council knows, the LGBTQ plus population is not an organization. There are people in our communities. They're coworkers, they're our sons, they're our daughters, they're our family members. They're your own city employees. They may be very much members who walk into this council, walk into the city hall and wonder whether or not this city cares about them. City staff who may not be comfortable yet showing pictures of their family and their workplace, or talking about the relationships they have, or asking for extra benefits for their spouse or partner because they weren't sure how they were going to be received by this council and this management. So please, through this, affirm this council's position that this is a city that accepts all individuals, that this city government will accept all individuals. And I know our new city manager, Mr. Vega, did the same in the city of Ojai, and I know you'll do the same here. So please continue, have courage, and thank you for your support. It will save lives, and I know that's our goal. Thank you.
All right. I will now turn the meeting over to. Oh.
We have a few more.
My bad.
I'm up next. You're up. Good evening, everyone. I haven't been here in a while to speak to you. This is a very, very important motion to me. Last year and the year before, we've had recognition and acceptance by flying this flag. This flag I will fly in front of my house every June for the rest of my life because it means that much to me. There was a time in our lifetimes, when it was very dangerous to come out, when it was harmful to you and your loved ones. We are a friendly city. We are a beautiful city. And recognizing and accepting our community as a whole, and that includes the entire community, and recognizing them is something that we need to continue to do, that we need to do this. I'm asking you, and I'm thanking you ahead of doing this, to please fly that flag and recognize everyone in this community. If they don't like it, I'm sorry, but these people, our LGBTQ community, has been pushed into the shadows long enough. It is time to fly that flag under the sun. We all live under the same sun, and I'm asking you to please fly the flag. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it Joseph Summers?
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, city staff, and members of the public. My name is Joseph Summers. I'm a lifelong County Resident. Can we put this in the budget? New microphone, please. Put it in the budget. All right. Sorry. Lifelong county resident. I grew up in the city of Port Hueneme until the 7th grade, so I have a special place in my heart for this city. I've spent my adult life advocating for the LGBTQIA community in this county. I want to thank you for your Pride Proclamation and ask that you follow through with that purpose of the proclamation and raise the Pride flag. Affirm your support for the LGBTQIA community and residents here in the city of Port Hueneme, and like others have mentioned, help save lives. Oxnard Union High School District understands the importance of raising the Pride flag, and as I drove here today, saw one Pride leaf flying at Port Hueneme High School. And there will be one flying at every single high school in their district. Please follow suit and raise one here. Thank you for your time.
Michael McKeon.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, City Council. I'm Michael McEwen, and I come to you as a gay man of a certain age to encourage you to please raise the flag, and thank you for the proclamation. It doesn't seem like a lot, but to my community, it means everything, and it can save a person's life, especially at a certain point in their lives. Me, I'm old. It's not going to save my life. I'll save my own. But please raise the flag as you've done in 2 years past. Thank you.
We have a public comment on Zoom from Rachel Lang. You can unmute yourself and begin to speak.
Thank you so much. Yes, I just wanted to also reiterate what everyone said in support of raising the Pride flag and in gratitude for the proclamation. The city of Ojai actually raised the Pride flag for the first time this year, and it was a time when our whole community came together, had put our differences aside, and Pride started as a protest. It started as a protest because people were dying for loving who they love and for existing as who they are. And people are still dying because of discrimination. And right now, the ACLU is following 500 anti-LGBTQ bills in our country. And so it's really important that we, as a county, as Ventura County residents, that we recognize that all people deserve dignity and deserve the rights that we have fought so hard for in our community. And I really, support your city raising this flag and joining with the rest of us who are making those assertions. It really is a moment of pride when you see that flying in your city buildings, and I can't express that enough. It's so meaningful for those of us who have been out for a number of years and watched the transformation that has happened in the world. And so I just wanted to speak out in support of this. Thank you.
And we have one written public comment. Council members, as you are probably aware, the commemorative flag policy issue has been addressed by many cities in California with mixed outcomes. Some cities have decided to exclusively fly the Pride flag in June. Others have chosen to fly a different commemorative flag each month of the year, while still others fly the POW MIA flag on Memorial Day and Veterans Day, or some combination of all these options. There are many designated heritage months, and there are many celebratory days within some months that are recognized by cities in various ways, including flags. I'm aware Port Hueneme has flown the Pride flag the past couple of years, but I'm not aware how the decision was made or if any other group has requested a commemorative flag be flown at City Hall. I know the local VFW Post recently gifted the city a new POW MIA flag that could be used if desired. It must be very difficult to decide which heritage months get recognition and in what way. The month of May, for example, is designated as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Most government entities acknowledge AAPI month in some manner, including banners, proclamations, social media posts, and other ways. To my knowledge, there was no public mention of AAPI Heritage Month by the city of Port Hueneme, even though the May 1st council meeting inspiration was about all the many different things to celebrate in May. Some people might feel as though our city values some heritage months differently, although I'm sure that's not the city's intent. One approach that has worked for several cities is to incorporate all the different Heritage Month designations into the official city flag, which can be emphasized with a public proclamation stating such. Perhaps Port Hueneme might consider becoming an all-inclusive Heritage Month city represented by our own flag. Thank you, Jeffrey Scarberry. And that concludes public comment.
All right, I will now turn the meeting over to City Attorney Kevin Spalding to lead the pride flag discussion.
As was mentioned in public comment, one of the issues that has arisen in numerous years is how exactly is this decision made? And in essence, council has a First Amendment right to take whichever position it likes. And the question put before council right now is whether or not to fly the pride flag. The main reason for this is that we don't have a standing resolution stating which flags get flown when. We don't have a flag policy. We don't have anything of the sort, and staff is without authority to speak on behalf of council. So we put the question to you, and what I would recommend is that in the event council would like to adopt a flag policy or at least a resolution in perpetuity with respect to the pride flag or any number of other flags, a motion at the end of this meeting during council member requests for future agenda items would be very welcome.
You know, we flew the flag proudly for 2 years, and I don't recall having any issue presented to us. So I would like us to fly it again tomorrow.
Yeah, if I could please comment, since I've been asked and am honored to read this proclamation. I also, I almost want to refuse to read it because it does not contain the words that I hope it would have contained, and that is that we celebrate the great diversity of the American people and to wave the pride flag into perpetuity. I would like to make a motion that we amend this proclamation to state that and not wait until to agendize the item for discussion at a later meeting. I'd like to amend the proclamation now with the approval of council.
Can you repeat your motion? Just
I-
so that I get clarification?
Yeah, I am, my motion is to amend the proclamation to include the language that at the end of the proclamation, which will state that we will raise the flag in perpetuity.
So add the
every-
word
In perpetuity,
perpetuity.
In
So that
perpetuity.
you just want to add that one word?
yes.
Okay.
And that means
That every year we don't have to decide to fly the flag.
That was
That
gonna
it
be
is
my-
it will be always flown.
That was going to be my clarification, and that would express council's intention that every year, June 1st, that flag goes up
Yeah.
without having to come before council.
I'll second that motion. I mean, well, we can't technically vote right now, right? We can? On a
Yeah,
presentation?
but I'm
Okay.
just confused because we flew the flag for 2 years, and I think it was a joyous moment the first time we did it.
I was being challenged, so that's why. The comment by Mr. Scarberry.
I don't think he's challenging it. I think we have a
Well-
motion and a second, so.
I think he was.
Are there any other motions? May we have a vote?
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Gama,
Yes.
Councilmember McQueen Lejeune,
Yes.
and Mayor Pro Tem Perez.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. I would like to call up, I will now like to call up the Diversity Collective Ventura County President Roland Carabona and Board Member AJ Holmes to accept the proclamation. And while you are making your way up, Councilmember Hernandez will read the proclamation, and afterwards, please feel free to say a few words.
Okay,
And
good
you
evening.
may add.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mayor Martinez. I'll now read the proclamation. we are honoring LGBTQ plus Pride Month for June 2023, whereas an uprising at the Stonewall Inn in June 1969 sparked a liberation movement and trailblazed a fight against discrimination and injustice, sparking a pursuit for full equality for LGBTQ plus individuals, and whereas inspired to live up to our nation's promise of equality, liberty, and justice for all, Pride Month is a continued call to action to not only recall the trials that the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer have endured, but to rejoice in the triumphs and recognize the valuable contributions of these courageous individuals. And whereas Pride Month is a reminder to reaffirm our commitment to standing in solidarity with the LGBTQ plus community in their ongoing struggles against discrimination and injustice, and demand their rights to marriage equality, workplace protection, and civil rights. And whereas it is our obligation to decry hate crimes motivated by sexual orientation or gender identity, bullying and harassment, and reduce violence and discrimination by providing protection for the LGBTQ plus individuals' fundamental rights. And whereas while historic progress has been made to deliver equality for LGBTQ individuals and families in employment, healthcare, housing, lending, military service, and education, we recognize that there is still much work to be done and are fully committed to supporting and defending the rights of all LGBTQ individuals. And whereas we recognize the resilience and determination of the many individuals who are fighting to live freely and authentically, in doing so, they are opening hearts and minds and laying the foundation for a more just and equitable America. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the City Council of Port Hueneme does hereby recognize and honor June 2023 as Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Queer Plus Pride Month, and call upon the community to celebrate the great diversity of the American people by waving the Pride flag in perpetuity. Proclaimed this 5th day of June 2023.
It was very, very touching to hear those words spoken so loudly and so beautifully. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor Martinez, Mayor Pro Tem Perez, council members, and city staff. I am Roland Catabona, Board President for Diversity Collective. On behalf of Diversity Collective Ventura County, it is my pleasure and honor to accept this year's 2023 Pride Proclamation from the City of Port Hueneme. At DCVC, our mission is providing advocacy, visibility, safety, and wellness for the LGBTQ plus community. We envision a Ventura County where LGBTQ plus individuals, inclusive of all intersecting identities, have immediate access to needed services, are celebrated, and treated with equity and respect. We do this with our small staff and volunteer board, and have specifically worked with the Hueneme School District staff to go through our cultural competency training quarterly. And most recently, we supported the second annual high school Pride last week. This proclamation is important to the community at large, and specifically to my family, because the City of Port Hueneme is where we live. My partner and I fostered 2 children during COVID, and we were blessed to be able to adopt him last July. And I am proud that he and my mother volunteer on Saturdays to help clean our beaches alongside Councilmember Gama. We want him to continue to grow in a city where he and our family feel safe, are celebrated, and treated with equity and respect. This proclamation sets the tone for that to happen, not only for my family, but for all LGBTQ plus families and our allies in Port Hueneme. This proclamation acknowledges that the City of Port Hueneme is dedicated to standing with us and marching forward in pride. We stand on the shoulders of the generations of LGBTQ plus activists, past and present, and we move toward creating the world as we want to see. I invite everyone to come join our upcoming events, including Pride Prom on June 10th at Guthrie Hall and Ventura College. and Oxnard Pride this June 24th at Plaza Park downtown. And also please save the date for Ventura County Pride on August 19th at Plaza Park in downtown Ventura. Thank you once again, and happy Pride Month.
I just want to add very briefly, thank you all. You made history 2 years ago when you first flew the flag. You made history again tonight. Thank you for the unanimous vote. But to Councilmember Hernandez, I was tearing up in that back row. It takes courage to lead the way you're leading here. I appreciate that. Making a motion that this flag flies in perpetuity in the face of hatred, in the face of so many laws and motions around this nation against our community is tremendous. So what is going to emanate through these halls, this campus, every street and sidewalk in Port Hueneme is that this flag will fly in perpetuity every June. Thank you so much.
And we'll get that proclamation amended and re-signed by the entire council and get it mailed to you. Yes.
I'm there in spirit, everyone.
Ready? 1, 2. Okay, it took 20.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we'll get this amended.
Okay. We will now move to the consent calendar, and we will now consider items on the consent calendar, which will be enacted in one motion unless a council member has a request to remove an item for discussion. May I have a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar?
I would like to request that we pull 13 and 14.
And number 11, please. I just have some questions.
So motion to approve items 7, 8, 9, 10,
12 and 12.
and 12.
Second?
Second.
Mayor Pro Tem Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Gama?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember McQueen LaShawn?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, we will now discuss item number 11, appropriation of solid waste funds for purchase of automated side loader truck. The recommendation is to approve the appropriation of $350,000 for a solid waste operation funds to purchase a new automated side loader truck.
So I have a couple of questions. Is it okay for me to go, Mayor?
Yes.
Are you there, Martha? You're frozen.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. My internet is going in and out. So a couple of questions. I see that the original pricing or estimate is dated February 2022. And I see that the order is going to be for a new 2023 truck. My question is the funds going to be expensed this year, the 22-23, before the 30th of June, or is it being moved to the 23-24 fiscal year?
Good evening. It will be in this year. The reason why it didn't previously get expenses because it took so long for the vehicle to get built that it carried over fiscal years. So we've moved, well, we're asking to appropriate the funds into this year because it wasn't anticipated that it was going to take so long to get the vehicle built.
Right, thank you so much. And my next question is, the contractor's gonna honor the price from 2022?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
Motion to approve, do you individual or do we wait for the end? So motion to approve item 11?
Yeah, let's just go individually, but there wasn't another one purchased. This is just the first one, right?
Yeah, it was just one. That we do have some in the current budget that you approved earlier, where we'll be buying some additional vehicles, which we anticipate probably will be a year away before we get them.
Okay, thank you.
So motion to approve item 11?
Second.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Gama?
Yes.
Councilmember McQueen Lejeune?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor, motion passes unanimously.
Right now, we're gonna take a look at item number 13, authorization of $10,000 fee for the Clean Power Lines to conduct a feasibility study.
Yeah, I asked that to be pulled and, I mean, it sounds good, clean energy and spending $10,000 to be a part of the evaluation. And then with it being refunded if we decide not to join, I understand that part. But the part that I don't understand is, how is it going to make our lives cheaper for electricity? And one of the things that concerns me is everybody calls electric vehicles clean energy, yet you have to deal with the batteries after they die. And that's something that I do in the consulting role that I do for risk management. But so I'm just trying to understand, how does joining this program really translate into clean energy? Is there anyone here that can answer that question? Because
Well, we had a presentation a
remember.
while back.
yeah,
I mean,
I just
it's basically this is my memory. So they get renewable energy, such as like getting it from solar panels, getting solar energy, and then making it available to our community. It doesn't mean that they have to accept that energy. Then it just means that they're gonna have an option. So if you don't want it, you don't have to accept it.
It's just another option, right?
It's another option.
Right.
So I think having options for our community is a good thing.
Right, and I think it'll save the taxpayers, well, the electrical payers money as well. It'll help our residents.
And then from the last presentation, I also remember that they were actually had better pricing than what we have right now. Just, I mean, it was pennies, but I mean.
right. And the part that I don't understand is that apparently Edison pays for all the delivery lines to be laid. And so how do you just decide, oh, well, give me energy? It just, I don't know. It's just a little fuzzy math for me. So I just want to understand it better. And I really don't. Like I said, there's a huge cost with electric vehicles that we're not realizing. Yes, it's those batteries. You got to deal with them. You got to dispose of them properly. And being involved in that, I see the costs and the expenses, and if they're not handled properly, then forget about clean energy because now it's polluting the environment. So,
But this doesn't really have to do with batteries.
but why does it come on a consent calendar and
Mayor
Because
Martinez, if I may, I think there are some folks on the Zoom and one of them has their hands raised, so I don't know if they're trying to answer.
I would love to
That
hear
one
from
came
them.
up earlier before we even did this.
No, this is a
Oh,
different,
one.
yeah.
Yeah, let's go ahead and hear from Francis Lee.
I can't see them out there.
Hello, Mayor and council members. Thank you for taking my comment. I just wanted to say, why is it good or better to accept this joining the Clean Power Alliance? It's an alternative to energy, and it's the energy that you're getting is sourced as green. It's from wind power and solar. And yes, there are costs to all of our energy. And, but you think about the cost of the gas that we're burning and the fossil fuels. There is a cost, and there are communities affected by those. If you live next to a gas plant or anything like that, there's an effect on our health and well-being of our communities. We were just talking about the rights and well-being of LGBTQ, and these are the rights of our community members, and all of us. We're experiencing climate change right now, and the more we burn fossil fuels, the more we're going to be experiencing extreme weather conditions. And just being on the Clean Power Alliance, you're joining with a number of cities throughout Ventura County. I'm in Moore Park, a neighboring member of this community, and I would like your city to join the Clean Power Alliance as a way that we can all fight climate change. And we need to move forward with a more sustainable way of living. I don't know if I can answer your questions to your fullest extent, Council Member Dama.
Is it an annual fee?
Yeah. If there's anybody else on the line that can help in this, I know Karen Schmidt is
Karen
there.
Schmidt, or do you have it? Would you like to say anything?
Hi, I'm Karen Schmidt. I'm Director of Rates and Strategy at Clean Power Alliance. I also live here in Ventura County. In fact, I live in Ojai, so I'm sorry to see our loss of James Vega, but happy for Port Huenemi's gain. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. I guess a couple of things I will note, as I believe Mayor Martinez and others have already pointed out. What joining Clean Power Alliance does is it gives the customers in your community a choice of electricity providers. And it also, for those who choose to get their electricity from Clean Power Alliance, it gives you a choice of energy products with different renewable energy contents at different price points. Offering competitive rates is core to our mission. And so we have a product that has a comparable renewable content to what you're currently getting from Southern California Edison, that is currently at a small discount, and up to the choice of 100% renewable energy, which is at about a 3% premium to Edison for roughly 3 times the renewable energy content. For communities that are interested in their climate footprint and taking action to reduce carbon emissions from energy use in your community, joining a community choice aggregator like CPA and choosing a higher renewable energy content as the default product for your community is probably one of the easiest and least expensive ways that you can make a significant dent in the greenhouse gas emissions from your community. I can't tell you anything about the challenges of recycling electric vehicle batteries. I think it's something that, our whole state and our whole world is going to have to deal with. Unfortunately, there is no free lunch with any energy choices. But choosing to get greener energy to supply your electricity grid is we believe one step in the right direction. I'm happy to take other questions. I guess one other point I will make is that the feasibility study is just one step in the process. It does not commit you. The city council will have an opportunity once the feasibility study is complete and the CPA board has reviewed it and issued a formal invitation to join, you'll have an opportunity at that point to decide whether or not you want to go forward and join the Joint Powers Authority.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Honestly, Councilmember Gama, I'm a little baffled because we had already had this conversation before, and I think we had all voted yes. 5-0.
It was several months ago, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, according to the staff report, it was in March.
Yeah.
March 20th.
Mhm.
So I would just like to make a motion to approve item number 13.
Second.
Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Gama,
I'm gonna vote no.
Councilmember McQueen Lejeune,
Yes.
and Mayor Pro Tem Perez.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1. Councilmember Gama voting no.
We're gonna move on to item number 14, but I'm gonna pass over the reins to Mayor Pro Tem Perez since I asked to recuse myself. I'm gonna step away.
Thank you. So the item is Economic Development Consultant Contract Renewal. Recommendation to approve the renewal of a contract for economic development consulting service with Caris Navigating.
Yeah, I just wanted to pull this item because I think it's something that we should let our future and soon-to-be new city manager decide he's going to approach economic development. I just feel like, as my understanding is, he has a contract that's due to end at the end of June. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so I would just make a motion to not approve this and let our incoming city manager decide how to go about economic development.
I'll second that.
Our incoming city manager doesn't start until July 17th.
That's fine.
Well, I do have some, can we discuss? I have some concerns regarding the continuity of the workflow that is currently going on. We just approved something in closed session that Mr. Kinney is in charge of. I would hate to see any delays in some of these activities that he's involved in.
Well, he could work exclusively on that, but I don't see any reason that we have to, again, I think I'm pretty clear on what I said. I think our new city manager should be drafting his own plan to take on economic development. And I would like to give him the full reign to develop a program for that.
And Mayor Pro Tem Perez, we do have a public comment on this.
Okay.
From Joan Tharp.
Hello again, Mayor Pro Tem, council members and staff. I'd like to address item number 14, the Economic Development Consultant Contract Renewal. There have been some concerns voiced to council about Mr. Kinney's role in the city renaming effort and the Hueneme Beach Festival proposals. In reviewing the contract for fiscal year 22-23 and 23-24, it seems that Mr. Kinney's main roles are in various projects involving ARPA funds, liaising with the business community, creating a startup chamber of commerce, property acquisition, and something to do with broadband. Seems like a lot. I do not know how successful he has been in these assignments, but based on discussions at council meetings, it seems like Mr. Kinney has fallen short in some of them. However, perhaps the feeling is not solely Mr. Kinney's. According to the staff report, Mr. Kinney was acting as a volunteer, not in his capacity as a consultant for both the beach festival and the city renaming. I would suggest that if his contract is renewed, he should not do any work as a volunteer for the city as to avoid the appearance of conflict of interest and the distraction from his contractual work. Perhaps a lack of direction, prioritization, and oversight by the previous city manager was part of the issue. And perhaps an over-ambitious city council, and I'm not saying that's a bad thing, creates too much unprioritized work for both staff and Mr. Kinney. I understand the cost benefit contracting with Mr. Kinney seems to provide in comparison with I understand the cost benefit it seems to provide in comparison with hiring a full-time staff member, but I encourage the council to evaluate if this is still the best option. Council has some ambitious goals in economic development, business support and growth, and the promotion of tourism. and you really need to consider whether one contract employee will be able to deliver the results you want. If you decide to renew, I would suggest that there is a clearer direction and prioritization of scope of work in the contract, and that Mr. Kinney is not asked to do work for the city in a volunteer capacity. Thanks for your time.
Thank you for your comment. I do have a comment as well. Are there any more comments?
That concludes public comment.
Okay, so I have been dissatisfied with the economic plan for the city since I've been here. I think a new plan, a new strategy needs to be developed, and I think with the new city manager coming in, I'm not sure what that means, but it's been severely lacking in the past 3 years. I thought at one time we were going to hire an outside source to come in and do an economic evaluation. So I'm really unsure what to do with this contract. Because really, I don't know whether or not our incoming city manager would want to utilize this contract and see what he can do with it, or what. So maybe we could recommend extending, holding off on making a decision until our city manager comes in and have him participate in the conversation. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I agree that there's been some performance issues with Karis Consulting. And what I've noticed is that Mr. Kinney's been used almost like a project manager for various projects that we have no one else to delegate to. But as far as an economic development consultant, I'm not so sure that Mr. Kinney has the skill set to lead us where we need to go today. And so what I would like to suggest is perhaps he continue with the current projects, the property purchases, the broadband master plan, and maybe even the cannabis, working with the cannabis businesses. But as far as the economic development plan, that be separated out of his contract.
I
So
agree
maybe
with
the solution here is to send staff back to reorganize his contract and revise his scope of work.
And
I
I,
agree with that.
that's the basis for my motion is we're talking 17 days, let our new city manager come in, let him get his feet on the ground, let him evaluate everything and let him come to us with his vision for economic development. So I made a motion to not approve the contract and I'm making that a motion again.
So I'll make a motion to maybe table until further evaluation from staff and the new city manager, this discussion.
In effect, it is going to be tabled because this contract is running to the end of this month.
Which
Our new
will
city ma-
not encompass the new city manager, though.
No,
It'll-
but
It'll be done
it-
before.
That's fine. Let's just give our new city manager an opportunity to develop a plan and let him lead on that plan. That's all I'm asking. And I think
In effect, that's what I was suggesting, that we take the economic development piece out of the contract.
the question before us is to approve this contract, and I'm just making a motion to not approve it. And if you want to bring something back to us in 2 weeks, fine. But right now, I made a motion to not approve this contract. And I have a second, or we had a second.
So I would say, let's do a motion to not approve this contract as is and have staff come back with
A
as-
revised
yes,
scope of work.
Yes, a revised scope of work and input in from our new city manager.
City manager doesn't start till July 17th, so.
Well, but because there are current projects that are being worked on, so we can continue that out. But as far as economic development, I agree that we should hold that off, revise the contract, and have the discussion with the new city manager come in. So how do we best go about getting that done?
One potential option would be to vote not to renew the contract and have staff return after trying to extend the contract for 1 month period of time with Mr. Kinney in order to incorporate Mr. Vega's input. That way, at least we don't have a contract that's got an expired term. If council would also want to hear from Mr. Kinney, I'm sure he would like to speak on the subject.
Okay. So extend out the contract a month.
That would,
On a
eh,
month-to-month basis?
or
Or
authorize
have it
staff to
convert
pursue
to-
that with Mr. Kinney, considering we would need his consent.
Martha, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I think that I like the idea of extending the contract, but it probably need to be at least 60 days because 30 days would give the new city manager 2 weeks. And so you probably want to give them a little more than that. And so I would be okay with that, and then have the staff and along with our new city manager rethink the economic development piece.
Okay, I like that. So, motion to extend the, you want to motion to extend the contract out 60 days and have it brought back to council for reevaluation?
So two things. I think we have two motions. One is to extend Mr. Keeney's contract for 60 days. That would be one motion. And then the second motion would be that the economic development contract, that staff takes that back and take a look at it along with our new city manager and come back with that later.
Would you like to put that into a motion?
So
Can we have some more
can I make
discussion?
can I make two motions? Let me just, if it's okay, I'll make two motions. The first motion would be to extend Mr. Kinney's current contract 60 days.
I'll second that.
I just think we need a fresh set of eyes, and I'm really pleased that we took a big step in hiring a city manager, a new city manager, and I think it's important for him to be able to draft his plan for economic development. I would also say that 7 years ago, I believe, maybe 5, Mr. Kinney was brought on exclusively to walk through the dispensaries, and he did. We got all our dispensaries up and running, and since then, it's been kind of like a rudderless ship, in my opinion. And I think at this point, we need a new, fresh set of eyes and ideas and enthusiasm for our city.
So we have two motions in 2 seconds, so.
The second motion is effective on that.
Okay, let's go for it.
We're out of vote.
Okay, wait, so just to be clear, I had a motion by Councilmember Gama first, then Mayor Pro Tempora seconded, and then the second motion was made by Councilmember Hernandez.
We never-
No,
By
no.
Council-
Oh,
Councilmember
Councilmember Queen Lejean.
Martin.
Okay.
Yes.
I wasn't sure if he
Yes, I don't
seconded
think-
that one.
Yeah.
Okay, so, and are we taking, Councilmember McQueen Lejean, are we taking your motion separately or together?
Let's do the first one.
I think it makes sense to do them separately, and I made the motion, and Councilwoman or Mayor Pro Tem Perez seconded, I thought.
And that was to
So-
extend the contract
we're
for
out
60
of-
days?
Yes.
Okay, so Councilmember McQueen Lejean,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Gama,
No.
and Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-1-0. Councilmember Gama voting no. Mayor Martinez
Abstaining.
abstaining.
Go ahead with
Second
your-
motion.
Yes.
Okay, I motion that we not approve the economic development contract, but that the staff take it back, take another look, get input from our city manager, and then we revisit the contract at a later date.
I'll second that.
Councilmember McQueen Lejean,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Gama,
No.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-1-1. Councilmember Gama voting no, and Mayor Martinez abstaining.
Okay.
All right, so it sounds like we're done with the consent calendar. We're now gonna move on to business items. Business item number 15, annual assessment for assessment district number 87-1, assessment district number 91-1, and assessment district number 95-3. Will staff please present the report?
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council, staff, and members of the public. What you have before you tonight is our 3 resolutions to adopt to do the declaration of intention to levy the assessments. One for the lighting maintenance assessment district, one for the parkway and median assessment district, and the third being the Port Hueneme drainage maintenance assessment district. These are an annual item that come before the council. It's the 3 assessment districts have specific things that they're tied to. The lighting predominantly is for the revenues generated from that is for payment of the street light electrical costs. That one has an estimated revenue of approximately $122,000. The expenditures are approximately $166,000, so that is running a $43,000 deficit. That gets subsidized by the general fund. That one is mainly due to the fact that when these were originally started, the electrical costs were much less. Obviously, the costs have gone up, but the assessment value is locked in with what the original value was assessed at per unit. The drainage maintenance assessment, you see we have $185,000 of revenue. We have an estimated expenditure of $408,000. That number also includes the CIP part of which what we started this last year and have been doing with the clearing of the creek. So that one also has a fund balance of, at the estimated beginning balance of $561,000. After receiving the revenue and then doing the maintenance as well as the CIP, it's estimated that the reserve will cover that cost, and then we'll have an estimated fund balance of $338,000 left in it. We would still have other work that's going to be continuing on as far as clearing of the creek. The Parkway and Median Assessment District, and you see there has a $178,000 estimated revenue and a $255,000 expenditure, which is showing up as a $76,000 deficit. I spoke with Ms. Cicero earlier this afternoon regarding that, and we just want to make it clear that some of that is based on the fact that the cost for the maintenance activities is covered through landscape, predominantly staff that does the work on the district and the maintenance of the corridor. So they're already being paid through the general fund. They're general fund employees. So we didn't want it to appear as though they were being charged twice. Is that correct in how I'm explaining it, Luca?
She needs to come up to the mic.
Oh, yes, Ms. Acero, can you come up to the mic so that everybody can hear you?
Yes, so the expenses reflect internal labor that is already being absorbed, paid for by the general fund. So that's why these expenses that are here are higher than what's in the budget book, because those are already included in general fund. What is gonna happen going forward is we should be coding them to the district and then doing a transfer from general fund, just so that the accounting is cleaner that way. But past practice is we have not. just because they're general fund, salaries and benefits, and they work on the district. But on the report that you have before you, those are reflected, and that expenditure. If that makes sense.
Yes, thank you.
So with that, these resolutions begin the process. We'll be coming back in 2 weeks. The resolutions set a time and date for June 20th at 6:30 for a public hearing, at which point any comments can be heard, and then there will be a separate resolution that will actually levy the assessments for these. But at this time, what we're asking for you to do is to go ahead and adopt the resolutions that begin that process. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
All right, does council have any questions for staff? Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Martinez. Thank you, Mr. Camarillo, for your presentation. What is the plan for notifying impacted residents of this new assessment?
It's been an ongoing assessment for years. They started, the first one, the lighting one started back in 1988. The Parkway and Median one is from 1991, and the drainage assessment has been in effect since
So
1995.
this is not anything new that they're going to be
No,
hearing
this is-
about, where there's no significant
No,
rate
they've been
increases?
receiving this on their tax rolls for as
I
long
see.
as they've had their property.
I remember that on my tax roll. So yes, thank you.
Perhaps I might be able to add some assistance. These, as Mr. Camarillo stated, these come up every year, and they're the same assessments. These are pre-Proposition 218 assessments, so they're grandfathered in. There's no changes being made to these things. In the future, in the event that we wanted to recoup any deficiencies and whatnot, or deficits that we were running on that, the way to do that would be to initiate the Prop 218 process, create an overlay district so that we don't lose the existing Prop 218, the pre-Prop 218 districts. And then that's how the city would make up the difference. At this point in time, I believe the process has been evaluated and is not economically feasible at this time, was the last that I heard. But obviously, staff and myself will work on bringing such matters forward at such time when it becomes economically feasible or worth it.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any public comments?
No public comments.
The recommendation is to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Port Hueneme, California, declaring its intention to order the levy and collection of assessment for the Lighting Maintenance Assessment District, number 87-1 for the fiscal year beginning July 1st and ending June 30th, 2024. Number 2, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Port Hueneme, California, declaring its intention to order the levy and collection of assessments for the Parkway and Median Assessment District number 91-1 for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2023 and ending June 30th, 2024. And also adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Port Hueneme, declaring its intention to order the levy and collection and assessments for the Port Hueneme Drainage Maintenance Assessment District number 95-3 for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2023 and ending June 30th, 2024. May I have a motion and a second?
So moved. Second.
Anybody want to discuss anything? Okay, let's go ahead and take a vote.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Perez.
Yes.
Councilmember Gama.
Yes.
Councilmember McQueen Lejeune.
Yes.
Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Yeah, I'm also hungry. Let's move on to item number 16, approve amendment for Hueneme Beach Festival 2023. Will staff please present the report?
Yes, good evening again, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, and staff. I'll make this brief. As you'll recall, back on April 17th, the City Council took two actions. They committed $25,000 to a potential beach festival, but at the same time, after discussing whether or not there should be a beach festival this year, voted to have staff come back with a reevaluated beach festival that would be scaled down, but still be provided this year. So the REACH board and staff, as well as city staff, did that. We went back and looked at how this the beach festival could occur with the scaled down design, and also with the continued paid parking, but also the continued free admission. And what the REACH committee came back with was that with some scaling back, for instance, going down to one stage and possibly removing items such as the Chalkmark Festival, unless there's sponsorship that they find for it in the future, that with the $25,000 committed to the city, but no more than that, which was the concern of the council in the past, that the beach festival could potentially be still profitable. Keep in mind that the budget that was given to you with this packet does have a very slim profitability on it, but it also does not include, for instance, the stage being sponsored. And if it is sponsored, then at that point, the profitability becomes greater. We found out today that Skunk Masters is willing to provide the security for the event, so that will be covered.
Do we know the cost of that?
Zero.
I'm not sure exactly what the commitment went to that, what their committed cost would be. Perhaps Steve or Maya do. They're both here to discuss that in a minute.
Okay.
Just real quick, so we've talked to our Marty, who's the person who puts together the sponsorships. He's got about 40,000 sponsors now and is looking for more. However, it would definitely help if he had a committed date to work with, because some of the vendors are a little uncomfortable pledging until they know that the event will be held. We do know that the carnival provider, which is a guaranteed moneymaker for the event, is committed to the dates that we had previously approved, and those would be still August 26th and 27th. So with additional sponsorships, the bottom line should look even better. But we do have, at this point, as a reminder, just about 90 days left. And so we do need to have a commitment one way or another so that we can move forward. The reason why the recommendation is to use the same team as in the past is because, again, we are at a very short time frame to pull off this event at a scale similar to what we've experienced in the past. So that concludes my presentation, and like I said, Steve Kinney and Maya are both here to answer any specific questions with regard to how the festival would be run and operated and funded at this point. Thank you.
Does council have any questions for staff?
I do have a couple of questions.
Councilmember Martha McQueen, Leon?
Okay, thank you. Just want to say thank you to Mr. Kinney for taking another look. I think it's important that we have an event this year. One of the things that I mentioned in our last discussion was I don't believe we want to be where we were and not have an event and then be at the same place, not knowing if people will return when we start up again. And so I think council members have communicated, at least most of them have communicated the importance of having the event for the community. I just had a couple of questions. There's still just at the very bottom of page 1, there is a item that says Lowenstein fee for ticket sales management. So if we're not having ticket sales, that is OBE there. It's just $900, but I was wondering what the ticket sales would be if we weren't selling tickets.
That was taken off of the budget. The $900 is for cash handling only.
Okay, great. And the other thing is on page 3, number 10, just wanted to be clear about what that means. It says financial indemnity by city. And it says REACH accepts in lieu of monetary compensation that the city will be the sole beneficiary of the financial income, i.e. surplus or deficit of the festival as documented by the records. So does that mean if there is a surplus, that REACH will not receive anything?
Yes, council member, that's correct.
Okay, and so has that been customary in the city before now, that if there is a surplus, that surplus returns back to the city?
Council member, in the past 2 years, which are really the only 2 years that pertain to this particular model, there was no formal arrangement. There was an understanding that if there was money to be made at the festival, in other words, if there was a surplus after all the bills were paid, that amount would go to REACH.
Okay, so just want to make sure that we're thinking about REACH being a nonprofit that supports the city. If we plan to continue with a contract with REACH, I'm not really sure how much a couple of $1,000s is going to benefit the city, but it might benefit REACH. So just want to make sure that we're thinking about that as well. That's the only questions I had. Thank you.
Councilmember Gama?
Yeah, event management, $30,000, sponsorship commissions, $32,000, Searly Creative, $27,000. So the administrative portion of this is $89,000. And I thought we threw a lot of shade on those sponsorship commissions, so I still don't understand that. And then again, I do support being that the city is the main supporter of REACH at this point. If there is a surplus, it should come back to the city and not REACH. I support that, but I'm still, I don't know, I just not too comfortable with these administrative expenses. So I'll just leave it at that.
Mayor Pro Tem?
The administrative expenses go to the people that work the event. The person who gets all of these sponsors earns a commission off of every sponsor that they're able to allocate. And so far, they brought in over 40,000 and working towards more, which pays for a lot of the beach festival. And it's the reason why we have a free stage and a lot of other sponsors that are happening.
So
No. Do you have a question?
Yes, I
'Cause
do.
I don't want to have a discussion.
We had asked before a breakdown of those commissions. I don't think we ever got those, because one of the concerns was that, commissions were going to
So if there's a total,
where do the commissions go? I don't know.
So there's a total of 151 sponsorships coming in at 15%. That's where that 32,000 comes from. Question?
Yes, I have a question, and I think it kind of addresses the sponsorship and the admin costs in a way that we haven't looked at. The reason I asked what the security cost was, because there is going to be a cost. And in order to get a true example of what a true budget amount, I think we need to see those costs and then how they're offset by the sponsorships. So I think it's great Skunk Masters is going to cover the sponsorship, but in order for us to really see the value of that, I think it's important to see the cost.
Well, I could tell you that they come in at 10,500.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions?
And the same for the community stage. I mean, if we're realizing the savings through the community stage, all the ones that are zeroed out, what was the cost of the?
About 12,000.
12,000, okay. And the equipment, the backline sound?
That's all,
the
everything that
same?
has to
Okay.
do with the community stage,
Okay.
including the entertainment.
And the chalk art, how much was that going to be?
4,000.
4,000, okay. All right, great. Thank you for working this.
And-
Appreciate it.
And so we're clear on chalk art. Everybody would still love to have it. So we're going to seek an additional sponsor specifically for chalk art, which would be just enough to cover that cost. But that's not in the budget either way at this point.
Did I hear 4,000 for the chalk art?
It's what it was last year. Yes.
Which, well, I think it was a great activity for the community, schools, artists. So
All right, are there any public comments regarding this item?
No public comments.
Okay, the recommendation is to approve the attached agreement between the city and Reach to coordinate the Wainimi Beach Festival. May I have a motion and a second?
Move to approve?
Go ahead.
Okay, would anybody like to discuss anything? All right, let's go ahead and vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Gama?
no.
Can you say that on the mic, Councilmember Gama? Sorry.
No.
Councilmember McQueen Lejeune?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1. Councilmember Gama voting no.
Off we go. We'll go to work in the morning. Thank you all very much.
At this time, we will hear comments and reports from our city manager.
Going to keep this very brief and just fill you in on our car show that we had yesterday. This is our third annual Wainimi Beach Car Show, which benefits the police explorers here in the city. It was sold out, and they had roughly 300 vehicles. The event lasted during the day. For my next update, I'll send some pictures. There was one that Frank sent me, Frank Montalongo, who coordinated it. That shows this huge crowd out there along Ocean View, and just kind of shows you how successful the event was for the explorers. So they had a total of 17 different categories, and handed out awards for first and second place at each one. Already talking to Frank about potentially expanding it next year, because it was sold out this year, and unfortunately they do have to turn some folks away. So we're looking for bigger and better next year with them. So anyway, that's all I have for you.
Thank you. Now we're gonna move on to council member reports and comments. We'll start with Council Member Martha McQueen Lejeune.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of things. I attended the Wainimi Elementary School District 150th year anniversary. It was really nice. I was pleasantly surprised that there was so much art going on in the county, the city, and Oxnard. So so that was really nice. I then participated in the Thurgood Marshall Elementary School. They had their 20th anniversary the same week. And so I attended that in my personal capacity. One of the things that I would say that Thurgood Marshall is the only, school is the only school named after an African American. And so in the county, so that was a nice piece of history to know. I did attend the Gold Coast Stakeholder Engagement Workshop, and that was regarding the Going Green Hydrogen Fuel Cell Transition Project, a project that was also discussed at last week's VCTC meeting. So more to come with that. I was able to, in my personal capacity, to volunteer for the annual Women United Education Award ceremony hosted by the United Way. And that is where they awarded mothers in the Ventura County local community who have been accepted to four-year colleges. And so got to run into a lot of our local elected personnel there. And then I plan to participate on the 8th in the World Ocean Day over at the port, where Fiona Marr, our California State Treasurer, would be the speaker. Finally, at the VCTC meeting, there was a conversation regarding the approval of the debt ceiling and how that might possibly affect our ARPA funds if we still have some on board. Part of the debt ceiling approval was to rescind some of the ARPA funds. So waiting to hear more about how that might affect Ventura County, some of the VCTC, Gold Coast, and possibly us if we have some still on our books. Thank you.
Councilmember Stephen Gama.
Thank you. Really excited that we now have a new police chief and a new city manager. I want to thank Nick Jones for his very professional approach to our recruitment for a new city manager. From the brochure to the scheduling of our community panel and interviews, Nick Jones exceeded my expectations. Some told this council that we needed to spend $45,000, and we asked Nick Jones if he could do it for less, and he did it for $5,700. And I think we have an excellent candidate in both chief and city manager. So I really appreciate his effort, and we're going to benefit from his hard work in the near future. Electric bikes, I think as a council, I think we need to perhaps come together and I don't know how to go about it, but I witnessed a very interesting situation at beach cleanup this past week. These kids have these $5,000 electric bikes, and they're basically motorcycles. These things they burn up the grass. They could do burnouts on the grass where they leave a burnout trail in the grass, and they wear a helmet, but and it looks like a motorcycle. And these things are basically electric motorcycles, and they're not being governed or there's no rules. And so there's 5 police officers were down at the beach, and here comes these kids, and we stopped, we talked to them, but there's nothing the police officers can do you can't ticket them, can't do anything. And then we see these kids now, they're riding down Ventura Road, and we're seeing it more and more and more. And I understand like electric is great, yeah, green, clean, but we have these skateboards that are electric, and we see minor kids riding these things without helmets. And so I don't know how we bring attention to this matter to get, it's insane for these electric motorcycle looking bikes to be allowed to be driven down Ventura Road. I have pictures of my phone where I was behind these kids in a left-hand turn lane turning onto Wainini Road. So I just pray that we don't have an accident and then when we're all scrambling to do something. So I don't know what as a council we can do to bring attention to this, but I feel strongly that we need to bring attention to this, and we need the state legislature. We need somebody to consider the risk. This basically, it's a motorcycle with an electric motor. And for some reason, it doesn't have to be registered, doesn't have to be licensed. A kid could ride it on the street. And I think it's just trouble waiting to happen. So I wanted to bring that up. I would like to, I'll be making a request for an agenda item. I was really sad that we didn't have anything for Memorial Day this year. And I know of a really cool Memorial Day celebration that we could have next year, and I hope that I've already started collecting information so that we can be ready and have a wonderful Memorial Day celebration. And it'll be a Lost at Sea celebration. We could do it on the pier. They do it up at Cayucas Pier. Being that we're a naval facility, that our port was very instrumental in World War II, I think it would be awesome for us to begin planning on that. And I already have a bugler and who's available on that day. But I really hope that we as a city council can put something together for Memorial Day. And I will make a motion to bring it on an agenda here soon so that we have plenty of time to make those plans. We heard these Surfside Motel, public safety. There really is, if you think, I remember Detroit, when their houses were so abandoned and all these bad things were happening in these abandoned houses, and that kind of looks like what's going to happen here. It's just, and I see it every day, and I understand if you don't drive by there and you don't see it, but there are some terrible things going on in there. And I just pray that nothing bad happens to a child or somebody or something. But we really got to think about public safety on that. Parks and Weeds. We had a successful car show this weekend, and there was a lot of weeds down at the beach. And I try to pull them every chance I can, but I can't pull them all. So I just hope that we could start addressing weeds in our parks and also gophers. I had a meeting with Animal Services. Animal Services, as many of us know, are overwhelmed. They actually hit the capacity for hosting dogs, and they do a wonderful job there. The demands on the system is pretty tough, so they're working very hard to deal with the over capacity that they have, and I think that they may have gotten their capacity below 100%, which is good. Beacon had a meeting 2 weeks ago. We approved the next year's budget. We're looking forward to working on this regional sand management, and I think we all agree that the sand summit is becoming very useful and very practical for making sure that we have the pressure on the elected officials and funding so that we can continue to sustain Hueneme Beach into the future. And that's it for me.
Councilmember Laura Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor Martinez. I'll try to be brief. Been attending all my committee meetings, VRSD, VCREA, SCAG, Channel Island Site Authority. What else? Yeah, I think that's all of them. VCREA actually had two meetings. We had our board meeting, and then we had a follow-up Energy Champion luncheon for the workers in every city who gets involved in energy saving technology and methodology. And it was really nice to go around the table and hear what everybody's doing in the various cities. And unfortunately, our city reps are in transition, so I'm hoping that with the new city manager and new public works director, we'll have representation on that VCREA Energy Champion group. I don't know how often they're going to meet, maybe a couple times a year, but it was really helpful to learn what everybody else is doing in terms of energy, renewable energy. On Wednesday, I have a meeting with SCAG to discuss the Go Human grants. And we're going to be looking at possible grants that will help with a traffic safety measures, traffic safety campaign, and that could include a bicycle safety campaign. They've done a number of things, including bicycle safety workshops for bicyclists. We could maybe address the electric bike issue that you just raised, Councilman Gama. And I think our city needs a traffic safety campaign to get people to slow down throughout the entire city. So we'll be meeting with SCAG to discuss that. And when I say we, it'll be Mark Watkins and maybe Charles Cable will be attending that. I'm also taking advantage of a meeting with to discuss the PHWA pension to get a better understanding of that. I did celebrate Memorial Day by attending Oxnard's wonderful Memorial Day celebration. It was very nicely done. Former city manager Britt Connors spoke. We had a number of other speakers there. It was a very, very good presentation and event. We also, both Councilwoman Martha McQueen Lejeune and I have been meeting with the Wiggins who are from the Evangelistic Baptist Church here in Port Hueneme. And they wanted to do something for us, for the city council. And what they did, what we agreed would be helpful, would be a resource list of what our churches have here in the community that would assist homeless or people who have mental health issues. So they put together a resource list for us of all the churches here in Port Hueneme and the type of services that they provide. And so we have that list now. It needs probably a little bit of reorganization. They did a really great job listing everything, but for purposes of turning it over to Officer Montelongo or making it available to our residents, I think it just needs some modifications and editing. So I'll be sharing that with the city manager's office and discussing how best to use it. We're moving ahead on the mural project. The library is giving us the green light to move ahead. We're just looking at a project management proposal, and I'll bring more back to the council once we've decided on that, but we are looking for more money to complete the mural project on the library, so hopefully we'll be able to secure that. I also had a meeting with a Spectrum rep who I met at a SCAG conference in Palm Desert, and I had a question regarding our broadband coverage, and I know that we're having a broadband study done, but I wanted to know if we had any areas that were without broadband coverage that needed to be addressed. And I haven't heard back on the broadband study, so he agreed to come back and to come out here and sit with me and show me the maps. And he basically, this representative, he's a government representative, shared with me that we are fully covered here in Port Hueneme with broadband, but what the problem is for some residents is the affordability. That they can't afford the internet access. So I think when we get into developing our economic development plan, that's something that we can look at. Other than that, working with Mayor Martinez on the Sister City visit that's coming up in July 10th and 11th. And we've got a lot of work to do between now and then. So I'll let him fill you in on what's going on there. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Misty Perez.
Thank you. So May is Mental Health Month. I've been busy helping all the different agencies around the county do their pop-ups for mental health awareness and to support NAMI Ventura County. I did a resource fair at Oxford High School, and that was quite an opportunity in the middle of high school campus, right in the middle of school, and every student is out at the same time. I've never experienced that before. I think I had 300 or 400 students come to the booth I was at. It was interesting, but very successful. They were all hungry for information and wanting to know services, and it seems to be the new thing happening now. I remember when I was in high school, we didn't have anything like that. Now it seems to be more prevalent in high schools, and I know the city is having our own resource fair coming up in August, which I'm excited about, so thank you, Parks and Rec staff, for putting that together. I attended the Collegius water dam tour, since I'm one of the members on the water agency. And that was pretty interesting. I learned all about water and how everything flows and where it comes from and where it goes. I didn't expect it to be as informative or interesting as what it was. Even my husband enjoyed the trip, so I recommend that everyone go on that trip if you can. So regarding the traffic issues that we're having in our city, I know that once our chief of police is finally able to get started, which I believe he is on the 9th, he had a lot of great ideas and plans that he hopes to be able to implement or talk with the city manager about to deal with traffic safety issues, as well as I know that there is an update at some point in time as to why we aren't doing anything at Surfside Motel. And that the people in the community don't understand what's happening with that. There's a very specific reason as to why nothing is happening, and that's one of the reasons that we're court ordered to allow time for that gentleman to continue doing whatever it is that he is doing. And in order to be successful in trying to get that property, we have to allow the process to take its toll and exercise all his options. And then I know the city will do what they can to make sure that we can take care of that issue as soon as it's reasonably possible, and we know we can be successful in court. Like I said, that's a court order that we have to wait and allow this process to finalize. No real committee meetings that are really prevalent to anything that has to do with Hueneme. Would you like me to speak on some of the Port City stuff? Mayor Martinez and I met for the Port City meeting, and we need to have an agenda item to discuss how we want to spend some of that coming in. We need to come up with some good ideas to report back to the Port Win. That's all I have.
Yes, and I guess I'll make it super quick. Yeah, Sister City is right around the corner. There's a video that's gonna go out pretty soon, letting people to join the committee. We're gonna be looking for families to host a group of about 11 people from Puerto Vallarta. I think it's gonna be a really nice event. I think that's, I guess the last thing I want to say, just everybody look forward to a really cool event, the Hueneme Fun Run. there's gonna be volleyball, soccer, and basketball in this event. So hopefully that'll be up on the next council meeting. But that's it. So I'm just gonna keep it super short. Yes?
Yeah. I'm sorry, I forgot to bestow praise on whoever it is. I'm pretty sure it's the city staff. I don't know exactly who, but whoever it is that organized that car show, I feel like they should be organizing our beach festival because they really did an amazing job. I mean, it was run beautifully. It was sold out. There was 300 cars in. So whoever is in charge of putting that on, I just give you kudos because you did a wonderful job and really impressed with that whole operation.
To touch on that, I would like to congratulate our police explorers because that solely benefited our police explorers, and it's the Montelongos who put that together. And in fact, they have LAPD wanting to know how to do it because they can't get a successful event happening with a car show to save their life, so that they're actually in high demand for advice on that.
Well, we
So
should,
congratulations to the Montelongos and our explorers for a great event.
yeah, yeah, amazing. And I think we can learn from them.
All right, let's move on to requests for future agenda items. I'd like to remind council members that all requested items will require a motion, a second, and majority vote per adopted council policies to be placed on future agendas. Does anybody have a request for future agenda items?
I do. I'd like to request an agenda item for a Memorial Day celebration 2024.
I'll second.
Councilmember Gama,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember McQueen Lejeune,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Anyone else? I guess I want to
Wait.
mention,
Give anybody a chance?
what? does
Are you
anyone-
gonna have something?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Or does anybody else? wanna-
Yeah, I do, but
Oh,
you go
no,
ahead.
no, go
No,
for it.
I want to be last.
Okay, so I don't know about you guys, but I got a little freaked out when they said they might take away our ARPA funds. I've been asking for us to talk about the skate park for a really long time. Can we bring that up ASAP, please?
You can do that, but with regard to taking away the ARPA funds, it's not the actual ARPA funds that we've had. It's a different pool. And actually, technically, they've never been budgeted for our city yet. They have to do more with transportation type projects
Okay.
than the existing ARPA funds that we have set aside for our capital improvement program.
Okay, so another item, I would like to bring back the full-size swing sets at the beach. I know that we're gonna have a playground for kids, but I'm thinking the big swing sets that we used to have, before they got taken away during COVID. I'd like to bring those back.
Would you like Miss? Can we have?
So that's an
Do
agenda.
you want? Yeah, I'm gonna have our facilities director talk on that.
I don't think we can, but it's not on the agenda, but here we go. Right, Kevin?
Theoretically, we should not be having this conversation, but if you have something very quick, as long as it's not discussion.
There was a the city manager, interim city manager sent out a memo, and it discussed that specifically.
Okay, all right, sorry,
Thank you.
thank you. I guess that's it.
Actually, I would like to have a motion to create a flag policy.
Second,
Mayor Pro Tem Perez,
Yes.
Mayor Martinez,
yes.
Councilmember Gama,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
and Councilmember McQueen Lejeune.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Councilmember
Okay.
Hernandez?
Okay, I would like to have on the agenda a discussion regarding recent policy violations, violations of confidentiality, Brown Act violations, and such by Councilman Gama. We need a fourth-fifth vote.
Can you repeat the motion?
I would like a discussion on the agenda to address policy violations, recent policy violations committed by Councilman Gama that include confidentiality violations, Brown Act violations, and other policy violations.
Yeah, I'll second that if we're gonna be having a discussion.
It's a discussion.
So, Councilmember Hernandez, who regularly attacks me and makes allegations, comes up and makes this
No,
allegation
and
and she drops my name, and now we're gonna have a discussion because.
Well, can we
Everybody
discuss?
received the same emails that you sent out to.
Real
that
quick.
were
Well,
discussed.
I think we could discuss some of,
We've
you
got
know,
a
your
vote in
actions.
order.
Can I take back my vote? I'd like to amend so that we talk all council members, because that's actually one of the things. Or is this just specific to one council member?
It's related to specific incidents, yes.
I would like to talk on all council members
Including Ms. Hernandez?
and
Sure.
myself and all of us.
Sure. But I don't know where that discussion is going to go,
Yeah,
but we have some specific examples
I was
that we need to address.
I was gonna say that now is not the time for discussion. So perhaps the original motion. It sounds like a second was withdrawn prior to a vote, and then so if the second was withdrawn, is there a second for the original motion? Sounds like the motion fails. Is there an alternative motion that someone would like to make?
I'd like to have a closed session item where we.
It can't be
It
closed
will not be
session.
closed session.
Okay, all right, then in that case. Okay.
Is there a motion? Sorry, guys, I went out again.
Yes, there was a motion. I didn't get a second.
Okay, but I thought I heard that the mayor had a motion.
Nobody.
Did he rescind?
They were withdrawn.
Okay, I'll go ahead and make the motion then. I move that we have a discussion about any specific behaviors that we need to address as a council,
For the entire council, right?
for the entire council.
Okay, I'll second that.
Councilmember McQueen Lejeune,
Yes.
Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Gama,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes.
And Mayor Pro Tem Perez.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right. In observance,
Can I ask who's going to draw up the report on behaviors and how this is?
I'm sure that'll be figured out later, right? No discussion?
We need to think on that.
Okay.
So in
So
observance.
can we all come up with our complaints about each other? If that's how we want to approach this? Because I certainly have a few if we're going to go down this path.
I think this is getting petty.
Yeah.
We need to move
So,
on.
so in observance of June 10th, Juneteenth, the next regular meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, June 20th, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. I'd like to adjourn this meeting. The time is now 10:07 p.m.